Good morning to the Prime Minister and his cabinet, leader of the opposition and his ministers, Mr. Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. Before we begin our meeting today, I take this occasion to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity and privilege to be in this chair. Also, kindly allow me to remind you, honorable members, that we are in the honorable house to take care of people business. As this is the people's house, let us comply with the standing orders, especially standing orders 38.5 and 6, which state that no member shall impute improper motives to another member, of either side of the chamber. We must call each other by the name of the electoral area for which he or she has been elected. There is also standing orders 42, which provides the rules for members to maintain silence while another member is speaking. Honorable members, let's refrain from using offensive and insultive language about other members. Let's be focused and carry on with the business of the House. Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introductions of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introductions of the two general revenue supplementary appropriation number 2 and number 3, 2022-2023 bills. 2022, which according to the Standing Order 71 of the House, cannot be introduced until the proposal have been approved by the Committee of the Supply and agreed by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supplies under item Government Business. It is the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied and suggested. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, please allow me on behalf of my colleagues here to congratulate you on your appointing us to the Speaker for this House meeting. I have every confidence that you will do a wonderful job. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 120A, stroke 1/13, supplementary appropriation number 2, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023, and HR 120B/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 3, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Honorable members, sessional paper number HR 120A/1/13 and HR 120B/1/13 are referred to the Committee of Supplies for examination, considerations, and report.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of Finance and Economic Development.
Morning, everyone. Mr. Speaker, congratulations to you for being appointed as the Speaker for this House meeting. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 121/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Trademarks Amendment Bill 2022, number HR 122/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Amendment Bill 2022, number HR 123/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Accommodation Tax Remission of Arrears Bill 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lay on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 124/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee on the Digital Government Bill 2022.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize
Statement by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development, and Housing.
Morning, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I just, from my heart, I would like to congratulate you. You're one of 6 from the West, and now sitting in the special chair. It is an honor for us, sir. hopefully we'll be given more latitude to express ourselves. I had here, good morning, Madam Speaker, but I will change that. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to report to this honorable House and to the nation of the flooding and damage to roads and private properties in the central and northern districts caused by the tropical wave which passed over our country between August the 17th and 18th of this year. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that as much as 7 inches of rainfall was experienced during this time. It took the weather disturbance to pass. This caused 2 major culverts on the Philip Golson Highway to be washed out and several others compromised, thus creating a hazard to motorists and road users. There were reports of as much as 18 inches of water crossing the Philip Golson Highway at various locations that have never historically flooded, as well as reports of feeder and farm roads across the country being impassable after the rains subsided. Entire villages in the north were underwater and thus prevented many residents from continuing with their daily lives. The lack of adequate drains and culverts, Mr. Speaker, is a major contributor to the problem of flooding. Perhaps these are possible signs that the effects of climate change will be a greater challenge for us at the MIDH and maybe for the country on a whole, in fact, for the world on a whole, as we go forward. The MIDH, which is the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing District Road Maintenance Units, were quick to respond to notifications of flooding and damage to restore public access, protect infrastructure, and alleviate impacts to those affected. The teams conducted their inspections and made recommendations. Mr. Speaker, lessons were learned. Many more improvements can and will be made in the ministry's capacity to quickly react in times of disaster, protect assets, conduct repairs, and improve periodic maintenance to ensure our roadways are unobstructed and safe. An assessment exercise was conducted after the weather disturbance, which was discussed with the Ministry of Finance and presented to Cabinet. 12 million Belize dollars were made available for damage repairs on our major feeder roads, even though this sum could never thoroughly address the vast needs of the impacted area. In particular, the requested funding for these emergency works will be primarily used for, and I will state the following. In general, of the $12 million requested here in the House, the Belize District has been allocated $6.7 million, the Orange Walk District $4 million, and the Corozal District $1.25 million, all in Belize dollars. And bear with me, Mr. Speaker, I will go in more detail as to where these monies will be located. In the Belize District, we will be in the Ladyville and Lords Bank area, and we will be addressing supply and install of culverts, drainage improvements, and road improvements for a value of $1 million. In the Mascal Bomba area, we will supply and install culverts, drainage improvements, and road improvements for a value of $1 million. For the Boom area, rehabilitation of the Boom Road section between Boom Bridge to the police station, we will invest $1 million. Belize City, efforts to support flooding alleviation and vulnerable areas, install culverts and drains improvements specifically for the Lake Independence constituency, Port Loyola, and Belama, $1.9 million. Mile 8 on the George Price Highway, Sunset Park, Western Pines, and surrounding communities, we will install culverts and drainage improvements for a value of $500,000. The Flowers Bank Village, install culverts and drainage improvements for $100,000. Maypen Village Road, which is used as evacuation route for the cattle, install and culvert and drainage improvements, $250,000. And the Crooked Tree main access road, install culverts and much needed drainage improvements, $1 million. That gives us a subtotal of $6.75 million for the Belize district. Orange Walk district, culverts for the Orange Walk districts in its entirety, $500,000. This is to install culverts in the needed areas in villages and rural roads for the entire Orange Walk district. Guinea Grass Road, my good friend here, Orange Walk South, drainage improvements, lifting of small road sections to mitigate against incidents of flooding and spot patching, $1 million. Main drains, Yo Creek, Blackwater, Mayamal, Orange Walk Central, cleaning of drain between Yo Creek Village and the Blackwater to Mayamal, which is key to draining of the entire Orange Walk tongue, $700,000. Carmelita, San Lorenzo, mile 52.5, Philip Golson Highway, Trial Farm, culverts, drains, and resurfacing, Orange Walk East and Orange Walk North, supply and install of culverts, drainage, improvement works, and street repairs, $1 million. And all the other Orange Walk villages, cleaning of village drains and installing of culverts in the entire Orange Walk district, $800,000, giving us a total of $4 million Belize dollars for the Orange Walk district. And then we go to the Corozal district. Culverts for the Corozal district, which will include Libertad, Louisville, Caledonia, Santa Clara, San Roman. Procurement and installation of culverts in villages of these districts, $900,000. Roadworks, Buena Vista, Libertad, Buena Vista, Caledonia, Buena Vista, San Victor, Consejo Road, Narrows Road. Improved drainage and road repairs, $250,000. And Corozal tongue limits, Chula Vista, Corozal Bay, drainage improvement and street repairs, $100,000, giving us $1.25 million for the Corozal district, which gives us a total of $12 million. I humbly ask that the area reps from the other districts don't get offended, but this request was specifically for the areas that were impacted with the flood that passed on August 17 and 18. But the ministry will continue to work in all the other districts because we still have the funds that was budgeted originally, and we will continue our work as we have always done. So let's just work as a team and support the guys in the north that really had these problems. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret or great mystery the role that infrastructure, particularly roads, play in a nation's economic development. Several studies conducted by funding agencies, road federations, and specialists have demonstrated time and time again that it is not just the amount of infrastructure that a country has that facilitates economic development, but also how well a country manages its infrastructure that is equally important. A recent institutional strengthening study at the MIDH confirmed that if infrastructure is poorly maintained, rather than improving GDP in the longer term, new infrastructure, its replacement, will actually result in reduced GDP. This is because, Mr. Speaker, poorly managed infrastructure leads to swift and large losses of the new investments in addition to losses from the previous investments. The government of Belize, under the Honorable John Briceño, is investing hundreds of millions of dollars in current road rehabilitation projects countrywide. And it is our duty to ensure this investment made on behalf of the hard-working payers is properly protected. Too long has the selection and execution of road infrastructure development projects been short-sighted targets for quick political gains. By focusing on the highly visible pavement surface while omitting the utterly critical and important component of drainage, which improves the foundation and performance of infrastructure and is key Mr. Speaker, in ensuring its intended design life. It is a sad reality that we have inherited in the ministry thousands of miles of roads in total disrepair and neglect. In the past 13 years of the past administration, little or no attention was given to the rural gravel and earth roads. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing is responsible, Mr. Speaker, for approximately 3,000 miles of roads countrywide. 530 of these roads are paved. 530 miles of these roads are paved. 2,200 miles of these roads are gravel, and approximately 270 of them, miles of them, are earth roads. In addition to this, we have approximately 6,000 miles of drains, along with thousands of culverts that are also needed to be monitored and maintained. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we have hundreds of bridges that fall under our responsibility, that we constantly monitor. Presently, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is working on the following projects to address the infrastructure issues as we face as a nation. And I will list some of them, not all. 1, the Halova Bridge replacement. 2, the revetment project on the George Price Highway. 3, the Philip Golson Highway and Remate Bypass upgrading project. 4, the poverty alleviation project in Belize City, which deals with the drainage of the canals with a pumping station. 5, resurfacing and drainage works from the airport junction to Biscayne. 6, the coastal highway. 7, Corozal to Sarteneja Road. And there's many more, like the Caracol Road and others that we are presently working on. The ministry is also assisting all the municipalities countrywide with technical expertise, materials, and equipment, even though the work of the municipalities do not fall under our jurisdiction. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we are one family, and so the municipalities and the mayors work along with us, and we do whatever we can to be able to assist them. The truth is, there are 2 tongues in the country that are desperately in need of our help. Punta Gorda tongue and Corozal tongue are the 2 tongues that we have analyzed that need the most work in infrastructure, and I give my commitment to 2 of the mayors in those municipalities that we will be giving them more assistance. It is impossible to solve all the infrastructure concerns that this country has in a little over 18 months that this administration has been in office, Mr. Speaker. We are addressing all the issues, prioritizing our efforts based on the economic realities that we face as a country. We will keep serving the people of Belize as long as we are given the mandate to do so. Year in and year out, we are witnessing the impacts of climate change and the need to ensure that our road networks are designed and built to be resilient, which brings me to another point I would humbly wish to make. The first line of the MIDH mission statement at the ministry reads, and it's a large writing on the wall, to create and maintain public infrastructure that meets the highest international standards. To do this successfully, our ministry believes the government must move away from its antiquated approach to road construction and maintenance, which is unsustainable, costly, and tends to be reactive rather than proactive. We must focus on planning that is inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and embraces technology and modern best practices as tools to be used to push the country forward. Fancy terminologies, but important words. It is the MIDH's vision to move away from the outdated way of road construction using chip and seal, and to move towards the global trend of utilizing hot mix asphalt and concrete pavement that has been proven to be more durable, requiring less maintenance. I will sound the bugle once again to all the road contractors in this country. We will be putting out bids for tender for hot mix. Please go out and source the necessary equipment so that you can be a part of those bids. I have said it from the first day I was appointed as the Minister of Infrastructure 1.5 years ago. I am saying it again. It is not that we don't want you to get the work. It is we are going in a different direction. Prime Minister smiles because he's the one they go to complain. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing has established 7 road maintenance units, 1 at the ministry's headquarters in Belmopan, which is the head, 1 in Santa Elena, and 1 in each of the 5 districts. However, as the member from Toledo West will say, not all units have the required plant and equipment for road maintenance. While efforts were made with when this new administration entered office in boosting the ministry's fleet, presently not one district currently has a full complement of vehicles, plant, and equipment to fully maintain and to do the maintenance obligations within its jurisdiction. In 1.5 years, we have invested $10 million in equipment. And the Prime Minister has promised us that we will continue to gradually receive financial assistance to continue to invest in equipment so that the ministry can be self-sufficient. Please remember, we inherited a ministry that subcontracted everything out. You say it and I wink. Everything was contracted out. We had workers sitting on the compound doing absolutely nothing because there was no equipment to use. They did not even have tractors with bush hogs. They did not have backhoes. They did not have excavators. There were no trucks. It is a difficult thing to see. When I went into the ministry, I went into the mechanical department, large building, mechanics like sun, vehicles parked without steering wheel, without everything. I would invite anybody in this country right now to go into the ministry's mechanical department. We don't have any equipment there because they are on the road. We have invested, we will continue to invest, and we believe that the employees at the Ministry of Infrastructure Development are capable of doing the work more efficiently and less costly. Ladies and gentlemen, we must safeguard one of our country's primary assets, and it's the road network. The supplementary budget of $12 million being requested will not only address the repairs of damages caused by the past tropical wave, but will also contribute to enhancing the capacity of the MIDH to not only respond to emergency situations, which my honorable friend from Minister that's in charge of NEMO understands, we play a crucial part. We are a partner with NEMO. Whenever they have problems, we are there to fulfill our regular maintenance. We must prioritize maintaining our roads, and by extension, our Belizean people safe and accessible while reducing future vulnerabilities. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask all Belizeans to please understand that we have a responsibility to work for all, and every single Belizean has a right to proper infrastructure to carry on with their daily lives. The rural communities have been neglected for so long, and they are as equal a Belizean as the urban residents. Let's maintain our highways clean, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Infrastructure has invested and is investing thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars cleaning the sides of the roads. Every single road on the national highways, you're seeing the tractors and the bush hogs and the people and clearing. 1, it helps because of drainage. 2, because it's safer. 3, because we are trying to rid ourselves of pollution and all the dirt and debris that our people throw on the highways every single day. I plead to the Belizean people, please, let's have some civic pride. Eat your tacos, drink your soft drink, whatever you do, put it in a bag, leave it in your vehicle. When you go home, put it in your trash. Do not use our national highways as your littering ground. I beg you, I humbly request. And Mr. Speaker, let's drive safely and make we not drink and drive. Little things I'm asking, but very important things. Our team, Mr. Speaker, the MIDH works countless hours in trying to maintain the infrastructure of this country. And they reminded me, Prime Minister, we need to pay them a little bit more overtime. They asked me for throw that in the speech. In trying to maintain the infrastructure of this country, we will continue to do so. And we will do so with our heart and our soul and everything that we have to maintain the highways of this country. Thank you very much, sir.
Public business, government business, motions.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of supply under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask the visitors in the galleries to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business. All right.
Motions.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, this is supplementary appropriation number 2, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023, motion 2022. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in sessional paper number HR 128/1/30, supplementary appropriation number 2, scheduled for fiscal year 2022. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree that the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supplies for Supplementary Appropriation Number 2, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023 motion 2022. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in sessional paper number HR 120B/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 3, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supplies for Supplementary Appropriation Number 3, scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023, motion 2022. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, this is a resolution recommending the appointment of a person to act as Auditor General, motion 2022. Mr. Speaker, I move whereas Section 1092 of the Belize Constitution provides that if after the 15th day of January 2002, the office of the Auditor General is vacant, or if the holder of that office is for any reason unable to exercise the functions of his or her office, the Governor General, acting on the recommendations of the both houses of the National Assembly, contained in the resolutions passed in that behalf, may appoint a person to act as Auditor General. And whereas the office of the Auditor General has been vacant since 7th December 2021, now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Dorothy Bradley be appointed to act as Auditor General for a period of 2 years with effect for the first day of September 2022. This motion has a recommendation of the Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, as you all know, Ms. Dorothy Bradley has been an exemplary public officer and has done, again, an exceedingly good job while she was the Auditor General. And the time came for her retirement. And since then, we've been trying to find we believe, the appropriate person to take over the position. But it was a general consensus that it would be best to bring her, offer another 2-year contract, so that then she can then take those 2 years to continue the work of the Auditor General, but at the same time to prepare a smooth transition to finding or to training within its staff somebody that can take over the post of Auditor General. I urge both sides of the House to support this appointment, Mr. Speaker. It's well known that Ms. Bradley is not political. She has been, I repeat, an exemplary public officer. Thank you, sir.
Recognize the member for Mesopotamia, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join colleagues in congratulating you to sit in that chair. It is not an enviable position at all. I don't know if I should congratulate you or feel sorry for you, but I promise to do my best to adhere to the standing orders. And I know the member from Cayo South, his mother has been praying for him, a wonderful lady, and those prayers have been working, so all should be well. Mr. Speaker, I have to point out to the Honorable House and to Belizeans that the President of the Public Service Union vehemently objects to Ms. Bradley being given a contract on the basis that there are many qualified public officers that can assume that position, and qualified Belizeans outside of the public service. And further, the president of the PSU does not paint the picture that the Prime Minister paints. In fact, he says that Mrs. Bradley's tenure was filled with grievances and that she did a terrible job as Auditor General. And there are many outstanding grievances from her time that disenfranchised public officers. So the opposition cannot support this. I believe this is a lazy approach by the government. Buckle down, find a suitable Auditor General, and proceed. I would hope that you would take into consideration the President of the Public Service Union's position, and I have heard similar complaints from other related parties. So the opposition cannot support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for George.
Good morning. I rise briefly to comment on this resolution, Mr. Speaker, and to support the appointment of Ms. Dorothy Bradley as Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, the role or the function of the Auditor General is spelled out in the Finance Audit and Reform Act. It is a special office because it oversees the finances that government spends. It works very closely with the Public Accounts Committee, and I know the member from Albert has been calling for the Auditor General's post to be filled. So I'm happy today to see that that post is being filled. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Dorothy Bradley is a no-nonsense professional. She has carried out her role as Auditor General with professionalism. She has carried out her role as Auditor General not exhibiting any fear or favor to any political party. As a matter of fact, the former Prime Minister even commented on the role and the work done by Ms. Dorothy Bradley when he said that she gets her job done. If you would look in the archives, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, you will see that even the former Prime Minister congratulated the work done by Dorothy Bradley. I know that you weren't here during this time. I know that you weren't around. You probably don't even know Ms. Dorothy Bradley or the work that she did as Auditor General. But certainly, I don't have to say where he was, but certainly we over here, your colleagues on that side, know that Ms. Dorothy Bradley has done her job, has done it professionally, has not shown any fear or favor to any political party or to any office. So certainly, I get up and I support this appointment, Mr. Speaker. And what it also highlights It also highlights the fact that under the previous administration, there was no succession planning. And it's not only in the Auditor General's office, we have found it throughout the public service, that persons who reach the highest level, that there was no planning being done within those offices to make sure that there was a succession in place. So this appointment is for 2 years, but part of the appointment is also for Ms. Bradley to train the person who will come after her. So certainly it is something that is supported by myself as Minister of the Public Service and by the people of Fort George. And Mr. Speaker, if I can just comment very quickly, the Leader of the Opposition raised the issue from the President of the PSU, and certainly we recognize that there are some HR issues within the Auditor General's office. We are working in conjunction, in partnership with the PSU to work out those issues, to see what the issues are, maybe issues of promotions or appointments, but certainly it does not have anything to do with the function or the role of the Auditor General. So I just wanted to briefly comment on that, Mr. Speaker, and to show my support. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable member from Kaya South, I guess we have to ask the Leader of the Opposition's mother to pray for him, because I guess he needs some prayers. But I am sometimes just baffled by sometimes the words of the Leader of the Opposition when he speaks without really knowing the facts. Instead of just taking on what the President of the Public Service Union is telling you. Well, we know he's a member of your party. Yes, he's a member of your party, and Gaspar Vega is his godfather. Yeah, man. Gaspar Vega, he answers to Gaspar, yes, but he answers to Gaspar Vega. So, Adam, do only background check before you come and you embarrass yourself. Because everybody would tell you that Ms. Dorothy Bradley is a lady of integrity. When the former Prime Minister was there bashing the public service and going and bashing everybody that would get in his way, Dorothy Bradley stood up like a strong woman to the then Prime Minister. She never showed him that she was afraid of him. And that same kind of behavior and work and attitude that she had in the previous government, we expect her to do the same thing with our government. That she's going to come in and to ensure that they can audit the work of the government as the way it is required by law. So I could understand why you're not too happy, because, I mean, she gave some scathing reports on your father and his former government. Yes, he complimented, but of course he will, he speaks from both sides of his mouth. Everybody knows that. So we're not surprised. And I guess you're trying to emulate that, but it's not working. Anyway, that aside, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping and I'm disappointed that the Leader of the Opposition would not have taken his time to do his research and meet with the lady. She is a very responsible lady. She's very respectful. And if you were to ask for a meeting with her, she would sit down and talk to you. And then probably you'd have think differently. But we will leave it as that. Mr. Speaker, I move the debate. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion be taken through all stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion taken through all stages today. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, this is a resolution approving statutory instruments formally signed into law and published in the Gazette to give effect to the conservation commitments specified in Clause 1, Milestone 1, and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement Motion 2022. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals of the motion, a copy of which has been circulated to all members, I now move, therefore, that it be resolved that this Honorable House approves the statutory instruments published in the Gazette and formally signed into law on the 21st day of April 2022 to give effect to the conservation commitments specified in Clause 1, Milestones 1, and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, basically what is this is under the Blue Bond. When we sign up for the Blue Bond, there are certain commitments that we made, and I have already brought them to the House. And we put it to Gazette. But what the members from TNC pointed out to us that we need to bring this motion into the National Assembly as part of the agreement. And these particularly to the barrier reef, the Belize barrier reef, and to ensure that all the mangroves that are within the barrier reef that have not been issued out to anyone, that it will be blocked off and protected for and on behalf of the citizens of this country and certainly for the rest of the world. That said, Mr. Speaker, I urge the support of both sides of the House. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join the Prime Minister and members, my colleagues on the other side of the House, in approving this resolution. You will know, Mr. Speaker, that as far back as 2019, there was a formal commitment to expand the biodiversity zones along the Belize Barrier Reef. The pressure on our marine resources are increasing exponentially. I listened very keenly to the interview given by TNC on how they will look at new major projects that will be implemented along the barrier reef because of what we see now happening, particularly, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the various crude port developments. So in terms of looking at the sustainable management of our natural resources and definitely the sustainable management of our mangroves, we continue to support those initiatives and therefore support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honorable member from Albert for her words, and like her, I mean, we all want to do everything possible to protect the barrier reef. We need to be careful, agree with the kind of development that we are pursuing in this country. But we cannot be led just by emotion, but we also have to look at the science and give an opportunity to whosoever that wants to make an investment, that they can come and make their presentations, and we as a government, we will do the responsible thing. If we think that it can affect, it could have a really negative effect, then certainly I don't think it's something that any member from both sides of the House would support. That's it. I move the debate. Thanks.
Motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, considerations, and report. Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the honorable host to have this motion be taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all the stages today. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise before this honorable house to seek the authorization for supplementary appropriations as set out in the General Revenue Appropriation number 2, 2022-2023 bill, whilst for the benefit of the Belizean public at significant cost savings, the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation number 2, 2022-2023 bill seeks to clean up the financial mess created by the past Barrow UDP administration, UDP government. This bill primarily seeks to address certain challenges caused by extreme weather events that have wreaked havoc on our road infrastructure. Just one second, please, Speaker.
No, this is not it. This is BSIL. This is not it. BSIL. This is not it. This is number 3. See, that's number 3. It's number 2. No, page number 2 is 76. This is compensation. The compensation. No, the BSIL is the next one. Is the big. Is the next one.
Yes, number 2. Yes. Watching everybody.
This one is not going to be anything like this one. To be honest.
So Abando and we and them together. Yes.
This is just
I know. I wanted to do it and BISL separate.
okay, this is it. Thank you. This is it.
I messed up now. Mr. Speaker, my apologies, but there was some mix-up here with the papers. Mr. Speaker, today upon the recommendation of the Cabinet, I rise to introduce two bills that seek to reduce the public debt by settling the claim for damages against the government by Belize International Services Limited, or BISL. BISL is a company which managed the Belize International Ships and Companies Registry for 20 years, from June 1993 until June 2013, when the former Prime Minister Barrow took over the company. The BISL, as expected, claim for damages against the Barrow administration is yet another legacy, legacy debt of the former UDP government, another monumental mess left behind for this PUP administration to clean up. Let me briefly trace the history of this matter for the benefit of members and also for the Belizean people. Back in 1993, the government contracted BISL, a partnership between the Belize Bank and the Panamanian international law firm of Morgan & Morgan, to develop and manage an emerging industry. The business involved in the registering of international ships and also for international business companies, IBCs. It was a new industry. It was not set up yet in Belize. The arrangement was for a profit-sharing contract where BISL would be compensated for operating costs and where the net profits would be split on a 60-40 basis with government getting 60% and the operator of the registry is getting 40%. Now let me point out that 40% of the gross income was to cover operating costs. In 2003, the parties to the agreement, BISL and the government, extended the arrangement for another 10-year period to 2013. In 2005, the parties again extended the agreement for a final time, for a period from 2013 to 2020. Throughout the period of the agreement, government collected its shares of the profits. In 2013, the UDP government arbitrarily decided that the final extension of the agreement, the 2013 to 2020 period, was illegal and therefore invalid. The UDP took control of the registries in the 11th of June 2013, notwithstanding the insistence by BISL that it had a valid and legal contract through to June 2020. At the time of the takeover, in similar fashion to so many other UDP policy decisions, then Prime Minister Barrow assured the country that the cancellations of BISL's agreement was based on flawless legal advice. Flawless legal advice. His words, not mine. Words that he had used over and over, and ended up cost this country millions of dollars. He boasted and assured us, assured every one of us, that government would not be exposed to damages. And when he mentioned it here in the National Assembly, his ministers were banging the table, agreeing with him that it's not going to cost us and we are taking this back. Sure enough, BISL sued for damages. They lost at the Supreme Court, no surprise, and then they lost at the Court of Appeal. Again, no surprise. Because for some reason, Mr. Barrow used to win all of his cases in the Supreme Court and win all of his cases in the Court of Appeal. But guess what? Whenever he goes to the CCJ, what happened to him? He loses all of the cases. And guess what happened? Guess what happened, Leader of the Opposition? In July of 2020, 3 months before the UDP was kicked out of office, the CCJ delivered a striking decision in favor of BISLs and against the UDP government. Flawless legal advice, but loses where it counts at the highest court in the land. The highest court in the land, whose judgment is final, determined that the UDP government was in fact the lawbreaker, not BISL, nor the previous government. The damages were due for the 7-year extension, and that the Supreme Court should determine the amount government would have to pay. The CCJ underscored that damages payable to BISL should be quantified by the court and paid by the government on an expedited basis. Their words, not mine. So, the obligation to pay BISL damages is a public debt that my administration inherited from the United Democratic Party government. Let me repeat, there is no question that government must pay, only a question of how much it will pay. And the current markers for payment have been established by expert valuations. To settle this debt, our government has carefully considered its options, evaluating the risks and costs involved with further litigation, as well as a range of possible monetary settlements from the perspective of both parties involved. Our government has meticulously examined best and worst case scenarios, taking advice from independent legal experts and from financial advisors, in addition to the recommendations of senior public officers. And after months of arduous settlement negotiations, government today proposes to settle all liabilities related to BISL for the equivalent of US $38.25 million, of which $11.5 million will be paid in Belize dollars. The settlement amount is a steeply discounted number. Actually, it represents 42% on the dollar, 42 cents on the dollar, or 42% of the amount demanded by BISL at the start of our term. The claim was for over 65 million US dollars, or 130 Belize dollars, $130 million Belize. The BISL claim, I must stress, grows every day with daily interest depending on the eventual core compensation of between 4,000 Belize to $17,000 a day. That is the interest will be liable depending on what would have been the final compensation, between $4,000 to $17,000 a day in interest. Every single day. So the settlement the government is tabling today is at a 51% discount on the claim amount that BISL would make to the court if government continued along the expensive litigation route. And if, as it is likely, a CCJ decision regarding damages occurs in 2024, because it will take us probably another 2 years before we get to the CCJ. The projected discount alone is therefore worth almost $40 million, $2 million more than the proposed settlement amount. I share one other critical consideration that factors into the settlement equation. As I said to the media, government actually collected US $95,653,854 during this 7-year period from 2013 to 2020. Of that amount, $8.7 million was spent on cost, meaning that the government had a net gain of US $86,865,789 from the operation of the both registries. And so, after the proposed settlement, government will still net US $48,615,789. Now, Mr. Speaker, for sure the settlement of $38.25 million is a huge amount of money for Belize. We therefore advocate this settlement with great reluctance. I mean, we would prefer to pay nothing. Or we just wish that this debt would have just disappear. But to do otherwise than settle on the terms we propose today would be to risk burdening the Belizean people, the Belizean taxpayer, with potential additional damages of tens of millions of dollars more. Simply put, government pays this now so that it can avoid paying a whole lot more at some time in the future. The worst case litigation scenario for government actually contemplates damages at some US $91 million, which is US $53 million more than the discounted settlement. Regrettably and recklessly, when the UDP took over the registries and government proceeded to collect all the new revenues from these registries, over $95 million US dollars, or more than $190 million, during their 7 years, $190 million, Belize. Again, as I have said to the media, the UDP government did not set aside any of the proceeds, not a single dollar, for possible compensation, even though they must have understood the risk that damages could be awarded to BISL. Let me make this very clear. The former Prime Minister Barrow had his lawyers in court state in 2017 that they were prepared to pay US $24.1 million as compensation. So when he was pontificating that he is not going to pay anything, is not going to cost Belize any money, is not going to cost the Belizean taxpayers, he has already had his own valuator go to the courts and said, well, if we are found guilty, we are prepared to pay US $24.1 million. Again, I repeat, Mr. Speaker, they were simply reckless. And even more reckless than failing to set up a reserve fund, UDP actually entered into hard and fast spending commitments, such as wage increases. Well, you know, it was election time in 2015. And remember the campaign splurge that took place in 2015? Remember the $42 million that they spent 3 weeks before the election in Belize City? They give away refrigerator, they give away TV, they give away bed, mattress, sun. People didn't need sun, you know. So I didn't got yard. And then they threw sun in front of the people in the house. They gave away $42 million just before the election in 2015. And created more government debt on the basis that the very registry revenues would always represent net income for the public sector. This kind of behavior by Mr. Barrow, the approach by the then UDP administration, has been exposed as senseless. This, like many of the other actions, it now seems for what it was: irresponsible, reckless, and short-sighted. Today, we must pay for the vanity of a man's ego, plain and simple. Of course, we are different. We are nothing like those on the other side, that's for sure. So apart from settling this public liability at a deep discount, government plans to draw down on its domestic financing account to pay the settlement. The cost of domestic financing in an emergency such as this would be almost half of the statutory post-judgment rate of 6%. Just let me explain. Government borrows at 3.5%, but the court orders you to pay at 6%. It's a no-brainer. You better make we borrow from ourselves and pay 3.5%, and not have the courts tell us that we have to pay 6%. So had we continued fighting and the government opted for the terms with BISL, then 6% would have been applicable. So if we may set up with BISL and say, okay, we're going to pay you in terms, the interest rate would have been 6%, not 3.5%, 3.5%. That is why we've decided it's best we pay you off and we save on the interest that what government pays itself or pays the central bank. In other words, the reason we're paying off this settlement in a single payment is because the difference between the interest rate that BISL would demand and expect and what the courts would award, which is the 6%, compared with the government's current domestic borrowing, is almost 0.5%. Half of what the courts would have had us pay. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, the central bank reserves, thanks to the country's stellar macroeconomic performance, are more than sufficient for government to source the foreign exchange necessary to satisfy the US dollar component of this discounted settlement. Mr. Speaker, the CCJ was unusually severe, scathing, in fact, with its criticism of the UDP government's conduct during this depressing saga. Let me read for you what the court said about the UDP's action in this regard, so that you can be reminded of the scandalous conduct of the previous administration. I'm quoting from the judgment here, Mr. Speaker. I said, the state, referring to the UDP government, of course, sought to terminate the extension in a manner that was arbitrary and high-handed without any proper basis and by an abuse of executive power. End of quote. The judges referred to this arbitration termination as a commercial coup d'etat. The court declared that, and quote, the government sought to use the law as a sword to cut BISL entirely out of the 1993 agreement, end of quote. And it continues, The court labeled the UDP government's conduct as unilateral, high-handed, and I quote, contextually arbitrary, inconsistent with the standards of good governance, in breach of the duty of good faith, contractually unreasonable, fundamentally unfair, an abuse of state power, and therefore contrary to the rule of law. Taken together, these all constitute a serious threat to an undermining of fundamental and core constitutional values and principles. They also weaken the integrity of the legal system, especially if government is permitted to enjoy exemption from its failure to comply with the rule of law obligations in this case, and as well left unaccounted for, and as well left unaccounted for their diminished constitutional faith and public trust, and hence legitimacy. End of quote. That is what the court said of your father. That's what they said about your father, not about me. Mr. Speaker, as strident as this rebuke is with regard to the UDP's abuse of power, and with the complete failure to follow the law, the court drew a straight line between the UDP government's gangsterism and the crippling effects of this conduct on the country's development. Their words, not mine. The court concluding, and I quote again, using state power arbitrarily, unreasonably, and/or unlawfully in the commercial sphere erodes trust and confidence in doing business with government. Such actions impair the credibility of the state and undermine public, private, and international faith and assurance in the political and economic conditions for doing business in a jurisdiction. These are injurious economically and developmentally. End of quote. Somebody wonder why the economy made the tank, why there was a recession, why agriculture contracted by almost $400 million during their term, why unemployment was so high, why government was running this, why the UDP was running the government to the ground into bankruptcy. This, Mr. Speaker, must be the most severe reprimand of state conduct ever handed down by the CCJ. And Belizeans have the UDP to thank for this lasting indignity. It's shameful. And I take no pleasure in saying this. I get no pleasure in saying this. And I hope that this kind of behavior never, ever happens again. As we say, shame, or in Spanish say, que vergüenza. And along with the reprimand, with the ugly stain the judgment represents on this country's reputation, came the unthinkable risk of having to pay as much as $182 million Belize dollars in damages. $182 million. But they never care. What did his father say? I weep for Belize. What, any French phrase, you know what I mean? Après moi, not? But he said that because you know that 99.99% of Belizeans don't understand what he said, right? They will take Belizeans for fools. This is why our administration is moving to resolve this liability, to do so at a deep discount, and to do so expeditiously, as the court has ordered us to do. Of course, government could spend millions more on lawyers, like the UDP often did. Remember how much Lois Young, or Lois, it's a sign Barrow, no? Lois Barrow may collect, or Brother Dennis, they make millions of dollars, my brother, millions of dollars going to court. And guess what? They lose all of the cases. I mean, if you may win, well, at least you could have said, well, money well spent, they lose every single one of those cases. But yet they collected millions of dollars. Whilst Belizeans get more poorer, the boroughs get richer and richer under the UDP government. Of course, then government, and ain't. That's why I say I have no money for village council. And even the brother with the Bolido contract, now I help him. But yet he's a millionaire, you know. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, government could give its middle finger to the courts and say, as the former Prime Minister, you know what he said, can't pay, won't pay. We might talk big, you know, this macho talk. This is the same kind of macho talk he had when he was saying the same thing about BTL. Remember, he said he not a pay. And he said that BTL was valued $100 million, but he not a pay. And they gone and they lose the case after case, spend millions of dollars, and then gone and paid BTL, ending up costing the Belizean taxpayers close to $759 million. Now, if government is the lawbreaker, if by example the executive mocks the will of the co-equal branch, the judiciary, if the state so arrogantly undermines the business environment as it did in this case, then what becomes of our constitution, of our democracy, of our economy, and of our development? See, Mr. Speaker, we believe in good governance, and we are practicing respect for the rule of law. Something that senior counsel, former Prime Minister, should live for. He took an oath for. I am not an attorney, but yet I do know that you have to respect the law. But yet, senior attorney decided to put his middle finger at the courts. But that middle finger has cost this country hundreds of millions of dollars. He massaged his ego of being macho, and then we, the taxpayers, have to pay the bill. We pledge to restore confidence in Belize's investment climate. And so we must settle these costly UDP public debts. The discounted settlement this bill proposed saves the Belizean people tens of millions of dollars in potential damages, confirms with an order of the highest court, the CCJ. It injects confidence in the nation's judicial and economic domain and resolves one more sorry, shameful mess left to us by the United Democratic Party government. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members on both sides of the House to support this bill. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Port Loyola.
In accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with this day's sitting at any order opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings of the order on paper be entered upon and proceeded at this day's sitting at the hours to opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. Things the ayes have it.
Appropriation.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to say many thanks to the wonderful people of Port Loyola who elected me to this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary bill of $12 million for infrastructure work All right, sorry about that.
Recognize the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to give the Prime Minister a round of applause for that outstanding performance. Man, I've never seen someone sing for their supper that way. I have to take my Grammy Award and give it to you. You know, I retired. But if I was still rapping, I would have do one Creole rap called "If This Da Not Sing for Your Supper." When I came into the House advocating on behalf of the Belizean people, those in Port Loyola, those on the south side of Belize who are in desperate need of employment, who are in desperate need of economic development, the Prime Minister accused me of singing for my supper. But the same owners of Waterloo own BISL. And my goodness, you're weeping and mourning. And it begs the question, because I know you're business partners with the owners as well, you or your brother or your family. But the Belizean people really need to see you for what you are. But Mr. Speaker, as far as this appropriation is concerned, I agree that we must follow the rule of law and we must pay our debts. The CCJ has made a decision. I resent the Prime Minister's aspersion that somehow the Belizean judiciary is corrupt. I think you need to apologize for that, Mr. Speaker, because you indicated that all the cases are won by the government here in Belize, but lost at the CCJ. I resent that indication because then you're trying to say that our judiciary is compromised, and I don't agree with that. Nonetheless, the CCJ made a decision, but we need to, for the benefit of the Belizean people, the Prime Minister singing for his supper painted this glorious picture of how we arrived at this debt. But we need to get to the real story of that. For 23 years, this corporation, to the tune of 200 million, maybe less than that, has had the benefit of managing, doing a profit share with the government, unnecessarily so. The Belizean people can do it themselves. They did not need a foreign corporation to come in and show us how to do this. And it was the PUP government that gave our corporation to a foreign entity, Mr. Speaker. And during their management time, there were all kinds of nefarious activities taking place. Ships with Belizean flags, with 5,000 kilos of cocaine. Ships with Belizean flags, with Russian missiles, and all types of illegal arms, Mr. Speaker. This is what was happening. So when the Barrow administration came in 2008, the contract was still there. The Barrow administration respected the contract that we knew about, because what the Prime Minister did not mention is that no one knew about the 15-year extension that then Prime Minister Musa gave to BISL. I don't even think the cabinet at the time knew about this secret agreement. That is what the Prime Minister is not telling this honorable House and this country, Mr. Speaker. So when the UDP administration, they were prepared to move on, no extension, the owners of BISL come and say, no. Prime Minister Musa, give we your next 15 years, I want you to talk about. And that is when the legal tussle started, in which the Supreme Court, our Supreme Court, and our Court of Appeals agreed with Prime Minister Barrow. And even the CCJ agreed with Prime Minister Barrow that the contract was indeed unconstitutional. So let us not believe in the fairy tales that the Prime Minister is trying to paint for us. Again, the CCJ has made a determination. That determination should be respected, and we should pay. That is point blank. But again, only if you're to sing or rap for your supper will you come in here and put on that Grammy Award, Emmy Award, Oscar, every award you win for the performance that you did just now, that the Belizean people should feel sorry. Prime Minister Barrow and the UDP did the right thing. It was Prime Minister Musa who, behind the back of his cabinet, behind the back of the Belizean people, made a secret agreement with the owners of BISL, which led to the litigation. So while I agree that we don't need to risk any further litigation, because the CCJ, the highest court in our country, has made a determination, we need to pay. Let us get the facts straight. Let us get the facts straight. And as we pay, you seem to have no problem with money. I would hope that we find money for the human development crisis that we're facing right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I is the member for Freetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, Mr. Speaker, you know, what absolute nonsense coming out of the mouth of the leader of the opposition. Clearly has no understanding of the matter, no understanding of the judgment. What led to litigation, as the Prime Minister said in one word, is gangsterism. That's what led to litigation, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, after all the talking, after all the back and forth, after all the smoke and mirrors, this settlement requires each of us really to ask ourselves one fundamental question. Are we as a nation committed to the rule of law? Are we a nation of laws? Or are we a rogue nation? That's the fundamental question. Are we a rogue country that thumbs its nose at the highest court in our jurisdiction, the Caribbean Court of Justice? That really, Mr. Speaker, is the only question before us today. If you support this bill, you support the rule of law. If you don't, you are saying clearly that you are fine with Belize ignoring court decisions. When the People's United Party came into government in November of 2020, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, this matter had been fully litigated. All legal challenges, all legal avenues had been fully exhausted, fully litigated, and a judgment had been delivered by the Caribbean Court of Justice in August of 2020. That judgment found that the UDP nationalization of the Ships and Companies Registry in 2013 was wholly unlawful. The CCJ went further, as the Prime Minister pointed out, went further in its very, very unusual and harsh criticism of the then government. Described the government as constitutionally, its actions as constitutionally immoral, of lacking good faith, of lacking fairness, lacking justness, lacking reasonableness. Pointed out that their actions were inconsistent with the standards of good governance. The Prime Minister quoted a section of the judgment, but I think it bears repeating because it's so very firm and clear and precise in capturing the essence of what this matter is about. Using state power arbitrarily, unreasonably, and/or unlawfully in the commercial sphere erodes trust and confidence in doing business with government. Such actions impair the credibility of the state and undermine public, private, and international faith and assurance in the political and economic conditions for doing business in a jurisdiction. They are injurious economically and developmentally. Gangsterism. You know, Mr. Speaker, this entire matter brings to light, I think, two of the most dangerous elements of the failed UDP legacy of 2008 to 2020. One, judicial interference, prevalent judicial interference. We have example after example of judicial interference. Matters going to the Supreme Court, to the Court of Appeal. And decisions being made in one way. And then ultimately, these matters end up at the highest court. And we have a complete reversal of those decisions. And that's all tied to this absolute unwillingness, Mr. Speaker, to give judges tenure, to give them tenure, kept them on a 1-year, 2-year spin wheel contracts. So that judicial interference, one of the absolutely most dangerous elements of the UDP legacy, judicial interference. I hope we never return to those dark days of judicial interference. And then the other element, which we witnessed over a decade so often, was this pseudo-nationalism, beating their chest and pretending to act in the national interest, all for the purpose, Mr. Speaker, of filling their pockets and scoring cheap political points. BTL is a perfect example. The Prime Minister referred to it. Perfect example. Lots of chest thumping. But what did it get the Belizean people? What did it get for us? UDP said, Prime Minister at the time said, company is not worth more than $100 million. Yet somehow he ended up in a hotel room in Miami with his law partner, sitting there and agreeing to pay over $500 million for that company. Beating his chest in here, standing up in here, beating his chest. Pseudo-nationalism at its worst. And then cutting a deal in a hotel room in Miami for $500 million. Yeah. Retainer. And of course, the first thing when they took over BTL, what did they do with BTL? The first thing they took over BTL, the Prime Minister then appointed his son to be, which one? Tell me which one. You say it wasn't you. All right. Appointed. You're making sure it wasn't you. I put on record that it was not the leader of the opposition at the time. He had another job. He had another appointment as music ambassador. But that was us. Your budget was much smaller. So that's the first thing. Appoint big time job. I think the man was making, at one point, $30,000 a month. $30,000 a month as the chairman of BTL or CEO of BTL. He had everything combined under one. $30 million. And you talk to the people at BTL, they tell you he had a hand in every contract that BTL gave out. Not only the Bolido contract that we now know about, the scandalous Bolido contract, Brad's contract, gaming contract. Scandalous, and we still have to deal with that, and we'll deal with that and expose that for the Belizean people. But every contract that flew through BTL, they had to have a hand in it. That was what BTL was for them. Get up in here and beat your chest about nationalism. But what it was just a treasure chest for the UDP and a few cronies. That was what it was all about. Big, fat salary and lots of contracts. So they bled BTL dry. Mr. Speaker, bled BTL dry. It's a shell. It's an absolute shell. Mr. Speaker, this government, this Prime Minister, this government came into office with a mandate from the Belizean people. You read the Plan Belize, you see there we talk about the rule of law, restoring confidence in the rule of law, restoring the sanctity of contracts. That is a fundamental pillar of our good governance agenda. It's there in black and white. So that was something the Belizean people voted for. They gave us a mandate to restore the rule of law. So nobody, as the Prime Minister said, nobody wants to pay out millions of dollars. But we are required to, as a consequence of the reckless, unlawful, rogue behavior of the UDP government. So no matter, Mr. Leader, no matter how you try spin it or wrap it, as you said, the fact is that that is the inescapable truth. If as a government, and I think this is an important point to make, Mr. Speaker, because we can have policy differences. We can be critical of agreements signed by one government or the other. We can. There is room for that. We make mistakes. There is room to be critical of those decisions. So we can absolutely say we don't agree as a government. We don't agree with the terms of an agreement or the terms of a contract. But what do you then do? That is the question. What do you then do when you reach that point, you come to that decision? I don't agree with the terms of that agreement. I don't agree with the terms of that contract. Then what actions do you then take as a responsible government that believes in the rule of law? You have to sit down at the table and negotiate better terms. And this is why the Caribbean Court of Justice was so harsh in its criticism, because that's a basic principle of national development, of economic development in any country. just because I don't like you, or you don't like me, or I don't like this particular term of an agreement that a previous government signed, that doesn't give me the right to then go rogue and act unlawfully and arbitrarily and unreasonably and act like a gangster. So we know about that, Mr. Speaker. We came to office, we found many contracts that we don't agree with. The Bolido one is a perfect example of a absolutely disgusting, distasteful, absolutely corrupt, in my view, contract. It's a lottery's contract given out just before elections. The scandalous business that took place at the Ministry of Natural Resources, all these lands, all of that absolute nonsense. The Minister of Infrastructure has been on record to talk. He has talked several times in this National Assembly about the contracts that his ministry inherited. We could have taken a rogue approach. We big and bad. We don't respect this. We don't like this. We in opposition, we condemn these contracts. We criticize these contracts vehemently. But this government understands the importance of the rule of law. And so the minister, under the instructions of the cabinet and the prime minister, sat down with these people to work out better terms, saving the people of this country. In one case, I think it was over $20 million. In another case, it was another $20 million in just 2 of those contracts. So that is the fundamental issue, Mr. Speaker. Where would that beating of chests and bad behavior put us? We would feel good about ourselves for a little while, but eventually the Belizean people would have to pay the price for our arrogance and our pettiness, which were defining characteristics, defining traits of the last government. Arrogance and pettiness. As the young people would have said in a meme, if arrogance and pettiness were a person or a party, it would be the UDP. Arrogance and pettiness. So as a government, Mr. Speaker, we have to be responsible. We have to show the world that Belize is a country where contracts are respected and the rule of law is upheld. So I really close where I began, Mr. Speaker. For our friends in the opposition, and I think in his own usual roundabout way, I think the leader of the opposition eventually ended up saying that he supports and he understands the need to pay. So our friends really have a very simple decision to make. Are they going to continue to embrace that rogue behavior? Or are they going to say today to the Belizean people, and in fact, and indeed to the world community, you good friends, every opportunity you get, I know you like rub shoulders with your good friends at the U.S. Embassy. They're watching you very carefully. What you're doing today, what is your party doing today? What is your position on the rule of law? So are you going to continue down that rogue road that has cost this country? Or are you going to embrace the rule of law? Mr. Speaker, here on this side, we support the rule of law.
rise, the member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I am of the view, the considered view, that respect is a fundamental principle. I hope I didn't hear the Prime Minister correctly, Mr. Speaker, when he cast aspersions on the judiciary of Belize. The Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal. And if indeed that was not his intention, Mr. Speaker, I will ask the Prime Minister to clarify and retract his statement. On the matter of this supplementary appropriation bill number 2, indeed, we are a sovereign nation. And indeed, as a sovereign nation, we have a duty and an obligation to meet whatever debt obligations we have, commercial or otherwise, with those investment groups and other countries we choose to do business with. So I don't think any of us on this side is suggesting anything differently. We talk about this administration, this Briceño administration, being an administration that is transparent and open and is setting the highest bar for good governance. Yet, we have no idea who these expert evaluators are, who crunch the numbers and look at the worst case and the best case scenario and negotiated a $38.5 million settlement with BISL. The CCJ, Mr. Speaker, directed the government to have the assessment report done by the Supreme Court of Belize. And you know what this Briceño administration opted to do was to engage these expert evaluators. Where is the assessment report? We get all sorts of documents. So where is the assessment report that directs that the $38.5 million is a fair settlement? And then, Mr. Speaker, my constituents would say that this administration, the tech way, but I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I think they're bipolar. The government consistently comes to this house for more money for public spending. Loan motion after loan motion after loan motion, so we can meet our obligations to the Belizean people. But 15, 16, 17 loan motions in the past year and a half? I stopped counting. Millions and millions of dollars because we need the money for the stopgap to meet the obligations of the Belizean people. But yet, Mr. Speaker, in one payment, we can settle a $38.5 million US dollars $76 million on the backs of the Belizeans. Wasn't it just the last House meeting, Mr. Speaker, when the government coerced the churches to say we will put a hold on the referendum on marijuana because we can't afford the $5 million. But yet, Mr. Speaker, we can find $76 million to meet this debt obligation in one payment, not in a through a payment plan, not in installments that will be less burdensome for the Belizean people in one payment. We were so good at evaluating the quantum of the settlement, but we paid no attention to how we could ease that burden for the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, the people in Albert would say this administration is taking us for kunomono. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because we still haven't been able to lower the gas prices, the fuel prices in this country. And the reason we have not been able to do that, according to the Prime Minister, is because we have to recoup the losses. We have to recoup the losses that became necessary because we decided we are stabilized at, what, $13.50 for regular and $13.41 for diesel. We forego the excise tax revenue to stabilize it. Yet in every country in this region, fuel prices are going down. And even though, Mr. Speaker, fuel prices affect everything for Belizean families, we still are not prepared to look at reducing the fuel prices, Mr. Speaker, but we can, in one payment, find $76 million to pay BISL. Mr. Speaker, we talk about gangsterism. Man, the public officers and our teachers, Mr. Speaker, was subject to legislation that ensured that we could legally cut their salaries by 10% and put a hold on their increments for almost 2 years. Yes, indeed, we've reinstituted the salary, the 10%, but the increment allocations are still on hold. But yet, Mr. Speaker, we can find $76 million in one payment to settle a debt for BISL. Money. We have said that we have to stabilize the national economy. That is what the Briceño administration has said in this House over and over and over again. But yet, Mr. Speaker, couldn't we have negotiated a payment plan over a reasonable amount of time so that we give the economy a time to catch up? You know, my former colleague, the former era rep from Mesop would say, the fool they talk, but they're not fool they listen. You see, Mr. Speaker, the duty and obligation of a government is first and foremost to its people. So let's deal with our domestic affairs. Let's deal with our national issues. Look where we are with crime. Yet there are no allocations to improve that situation. If you're not politically aligned, Mr. Speaker, you don't get any access to the social safety net programs, as minuscule as they are, that is provided by this administration. I have appealed directly to the Ministry of Human Development, Mr. Speaker, for us to have access.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders are clear that the debate must be centered on the bill that is before us. It's obvious that the member for Albert has been speaking for quite some time, and she has been diverting away from the bill that is before us, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to point that out.
I'm not diverting at all, Mr. Speaker. I'm right on point. I sat here for half an hour and listened to the member from Fort George, from Freetown, talk about BTL and talk about all these things that have nothing, according to him, according to the member from Toledo West, with the bill. And we allowed him to have his say. Mr. Speaker, I have made a formal intervention to the Ministry of Human Development for some support for families that are living on the margins in my constituency with food pantry. Grocery bag, the grocery bag program. I was told that that program is only for quote unquote certain divisions. But yet, Mr. Speaker, in one payment, we can find $76 million to meet a debt obligation to BISL. We're borrowing from ourselves, the Prime Minister said, to save us the extra 3.5% interest rate so that we can meet the debt obligation that this country owes to BISL. But we are not prepared to take those same measures, Mr. Speaker, to deal with urgent national concerns in this country. Food. We're playing politics, Mr. Speaker, with the distribution of food to families who are marginalized. So I do agree that we owe the debt. I do agree that as a sovereign nation, we ought to pay the debt. But I also want the full transparency and accountability in this process. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, who are the attorneys for the claimant? Courtney and Cowie. The last time I checked, Mr. Speaker, 2 of the principals for Courtney and Cowie are government ministers. One who sits in the office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, who helped to negotiate this settlement agreement. Now, if that's not a conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is.
On a point of order, I think it's regrettable that the member from Albert is talking because she's imputing the point of order is that you're speaking without knowing what you talk about. All you will need to ask, and I will correct you later on, but it's not right to allow you to call out these people when you are wrong. You are wrong.
Members, please, let's...
I would like to hear what the point of order is, sir.
Well, if you don't, it could be also a point of clarification. The point is that these 2 individuals had absolutely nothing to do with this settlement, and I will later on let you know who are the people that work with this settlement?
I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Prime Minister gets to rebut at the end of my presentation. Can I, Mr. Speaker?
Members, please.
Can I, Mr. Speaker, suggest that these expert negotiators that have not yet been named, who were successful in negotiating the quantum of the settlement, also now seek to revisit the settlement agreement which was attached to our papers to see if there can be more favorable terms in how this amount will be settled. And if there is no possibility of doing that, Honorable Prime Minister, perhaps we need to, and that will be the next debate in terms of the budget allocations, the additional budget allocation, budget appropriately to meet the national issues and the national concerns and the needs of the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, I will leave it there, but $76 million in one payment is a very heavy burden to ask the Belizean people to pay at a time when the costs of commodities are at all-time high. The cost of living is at an all-time high. The cost of fuel that runs everything in this country is at an all-time high. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Toledo West.
Speaker, I rise to give my contribution and support to the Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill that is before us. Mr. Speaker, it's a pity that both members of the opposition choose to leave, because I want to remind them that what we are dealing with today is a creation and a legacy of the UDP, Mr. Speaker. This is only but one of the many litigation issues that are a part of the legacy of the UDP. Mr. Speaker, we would not be here today if Mr. Barrow and the UDP had only honored the rule of law and had only respected the sanctity of contracts. We would not be here today. That is the legacy of the UDP. As the member from Freetown rightfully said, Mr. Barrow and the UDP beat their chest and thumped their chest that they were great nationalists. But to what cost to the taxpayers and Belizeans across this country? Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member from Albert rant and rave about why is it that we have to pay this total quantum, and why is it that we cannot pay it in installments. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that this matter has land been outstanding, and the longer we take to pay, the more costly it becomes to Belizeans and to taxpayers. I just want to remind the Belizean people, Mr. Speaker, as the court said, that this was all but the creation and the gangsterism of the UDP. And a very, very good example that we must always remember is the BTL litigation case, where Mr. Barrow and the UDP said that BTL was only valued at $100 million. And as the member from Freetown pointed out, yet there was such a lengthy process of litigation, millions and millions of dollars spent in paying high-paid attorneys, all connected to the UDP and Mr. Barrow. And at the end, Mr. Speaker, it ended up costing the Belizean people, the Belizean taxpayers, over $557 million. You see, this is what the Belizean people need to be reminded, that while Mr. Barrow dressed in himself with the robes of patriotism, what he was doing is really preparing his treasure chest, preparing his treasure chest at the cost of the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, again, as was pointed out earlier by the member of Freetown, this government has a mandate, and we were elected on the mandate to respect the rule of law. We are a country that is founded upon the principles of democracy and the principles for the respect of law, the principles of the sanctity of contracts, and as such, we must honor our obligations. If Mr. Barrow and the UDP did not take away the company from BISL, we would not be here today. But that is what he did. The court has ruled, and we must respect the ruling of the court. So, Mr. Speaker, we have no choice but to ensure that we meet our obligations. Failure to do so, Mr. Speaker, will not paint a very good picture for us as a country. We have to remember that as a country, we have conventions, treaties, and obligations that we assent to, that we are a part of, and as such, we must ensure that we meet those obligations. So, Mr. Speaker, I end by saying that yes, no one would want to pay this kind of money in these difficult times. But we either pay it now or we continue to be faced with litigation that is going to cost the Belizean people even much more down the road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
It's a pity that the leader of the opposition is not here right now. Now, the honorable member from Albert, I guess they don't want to hear the truth thrown at them. I find it so funny when the honorable member from Mesop talk about, that what they say, that give me his Grammy Award, because of my performance here. I think he must say, don't palm out the Grammy Award. He won it, or maybe have it to the same person that have him singing for the supper right here. Because on one side, then they lambaste, both of them, lambasting the settlement, but yet they tell you, but we have to pay. Make up your mind. You either want support to pay, or you don't support to pay. And that's why they have no credibility, Mr. Speaker. And he likes to throw, as well as step on the street, or throw shade at people, right? But what he refuses to admit is that who is his father's boss? Who is his father's boss? Who does he work for? Who sends him a check every month? That the very same man that he demonizes in the house. He comes here and demonizes him, yet, and then they call he run to respond to whatever is it that they want, because they get that check every month. Exactly, of course. I mean, the hypocrisy of these people, man. They have, it's endless. It's endless. And both of them now are talking about about the court system, the judiciary. We need to defend the judiciary. We need to protect the judiciary. That's what we have been doing, Mr. Speaker. And maybe they should sit down with the Attorney General to explain to them how the complete revamping of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal that we're doing right now. That some of those judges that were there back then on the barrow, they're no longer here, they're gone. It's not a matter of throwing aspersions, but every time that Mr. Barrow takes a case to the Supreme Court, he wins. You go to a Court of Appeal, he wins. But yet, whenever he goes to the Caribbean Court of Justice, he loses. I don't have to say anything. Any fool could understand. As the member of Albert said, any kunu-munu could understand that. Every time you go to one person, you win, but when you go to somebody else, you lose. Come on. We don't have to say it. People can see that. Now, I wish the honorable member from Albert would have had the guts. I don't want to use another word, but then I don't want to make it say that I have to apologize to her. They got a lot of guts. I wish he had the guts when Dean Barrow was the Prime Minister, to get up and tell her, hey, you need to respect the rule of law. All of a sudden, they're so pious. They're so sanctimonious. We need to respect the rule of law. How dare you talk about the Supreme Court? How dare you talk about the Court of Appeal? Where was she when the same former Prime Minister used to come right here and attack the judiciary because they would not do what he wants? Be quiet. You never hear a time, not once did she ever, we're not asked to pour the leader of the opposition, well, you know, once the other brother, they make millions, he didn't get what? The chum change. And it's embarrassing how he can come up here and talk without understanding what we just said and understanding the facts. The extension that his father was saying was he was done illegally 7 years, not 15 years. And then they talk about BTL. No, they come and say, how dare you come here on one day and find the money to pay $38.25 million US to Mr. Ashcroft, and you even borrow for yourself to pay. How dare you? But yet, they came to this honorable house before the elections, of course. You know why they were settled quickly before the elections? Because they want some of that cheese. And paid for BTL $564 million. $564 million in one day. The hypocrisy of these people, Mr. Speaker, in one day. And they borrowed from themselves. They print money like crazy to be able to give the money and US dollars. They pay them what? I think it was close to $200 million was paid in US dollars, 200 US. But yet they come right here and pontificate, how dare you? You find 80 million in a one day. When you look at the saga of BTL, and I hope someday somebody would write that story to make people kunumuno, that dami kunumuno. When you add the interest cost for that $564 million, it's $195 million interest cost, which would end up costing $759 million. I just want to be precise, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, but it don't matter because, you know, I listen anyway, you don't get confused. The profits that they are making since they took it over average 20 million. In 2020, they make 6 million. We fix it up, they are 16 million. BTL is not even making enough profits to pay the interest on the money that was borrowed to pay for BTL. Not even the interest are they paying for BTL. BTL, in effect, has already lost in value, Mr. Leader, of the position. If you take the time to study the financials, it already has a loss, a book value loss of value, in value of $360 million. Now, you are talking about what we do for poor people. You can imagine what you could do with $360 million for poor people. That is what you're supposed to be asking yourselves. I'm not going to try pontificate and try make one show as if all of a sudden you all are Mr. Transparency and Mr. and Mrs. the work for poor people. You are there in government for 13 years. Poverty increased, did not decrease. Yes. How much? 26%. It gone up under your watch, under the UDP watch, and then you want to talk to about poor people? That you have them poor. And now we fight to get them out of poverty. That's what we are doing every single day. That is why we're an economy that's continuing. It's the facts. It's the facts. My brother, every time. You got the constituency. It's a. Do you know how much? Do you know how much? And the member of Albert said, do you want to know how much food pantry would I give Orange Rock Central? How much me as a representative? No. Yes, we are by far. But I just need to remind you. The kind of way we behave. You know what they did for election for election day for just before the election on education? Then get $50,000 giveaway before the election, and we the representative 5,000. And yet you know I can talk. When here we are giving you the constituency development fund to everybody, including the UDP. That is why we are different. That is why we are better than you over on the other side. Now they want to talk about valuations. Again, if they were to listen, if they were to read the reports, they would know there were two expert valuers. Government got their own experts, which is called the Hearn report. They are the ones that brought up the value of $24.1 million. Hearn, it's, we have touched it, you get all of the attachments. We're going to send it to a lot of people, so we're going to send it to you probably by email. And then BISL got what they call the Cloakey report. And they made their valuation of over $40+ million. Those are the two valuations that were used in court. And then the CCJ ruled against the government and said, now go and settle. So the lowest we could pay would be $24.1 million plus interest and legal fees and all the costs that goes to that. And the highest could be over $40 million at 6% interest rate over the term of, I believe, 7 years plus another 4, about 11 to 12 years of interest. Now, you're asking, who are the people that led the negotiations? I am the people that led the negotiations on this settlement, not the court. When we sat down for about almost 6 months of intense settlements, was Dr. Ben Jarosovich, CQ, who has also worked on this case before under your government, under your father's leadership, when he was Prime Minister, and the same person that is also working with us at the ICJ, again, hired under the previous government, QC, very highly regarded, of high caliber lawyer. I will give him credit. So, hold on, don't get excited. Don't get excited. You're asked a question, a leader from, the member from Albert asked a question, so I'm answering. So he was the one as the attorney that led on the law aspect of it. And then we had Hallmark Advisory, who also helped in the negotiations. Hallmark Advisory, Mark Espat is the main person in that group and has worked with both governments. He worked with your UDP government and worked with us. And then we have our financial secretary, Joseph Witt, who also was a financial secretary under your father's government. And then the Solicitor General, the Deputy Solicitor General, Ms. Samantha Matut. Those are the 4 people that negotiated on behalf of the government of Belize. Now, if you want to question their integrity, no, that's another matter. And for BISL, I've just been informed, they had 2 attorneys that negotiated on their behalf, which is Nigel Fleming and Angeli Welsh, both for BISL. Courtney and Koi had nothing to do with the settlement of this negotiation. And I want to make also on record that when this went to cabinet, both Minister Courtney and Minister Koi were not in the room. They did not participate. Actually, Minister Koi was out of the country. And Minister Courtney left long before this was even discussed in cabinet. So they had absolutely nothing to do with this settlement. And they continue harping on this issue on fuel. Have you seen what is the price of fuel in Barbados? And then the then Prime Minister is trying to boast that he cut down 1 libra to the tax. It's over $15, my brother. It's over $15. Here we are, we've been cutting the tax on fuel, on regular and diesel, on fuel and diesel. No, it's a lot more than that. We have reduced it by over the last 17 years, about over $8 million we have reduced, trying to hold it down. But we can't give away the fuel for free, because then we won't get the money to pay. Mr. Speaker, I could just go on and on some of the foolishness that has just been uttered by the other side, but I will not get personal. But if there is one thing that was so apparent, they come and they rail up, Oh, and we know that this, we know that that, we know the PUP. We want more food pantry, and we want this, and we want that. How dare you go and pay out $80 million and where for the poor people? But yet, both of them said that they do support the payment of this. And then they question you, well, why is it that we don't do a payment plan? When I explained to them, and I'll repeat it one more time, why is it that we pay it upfront? Well, simply because government pays 3.5%. The courts have already said we have to pay 6%. And the longer we take, the more it's going to cost. And this 38.25% is definitive. There's no more charges. Then can come, and they will not come to say, oh, these are their legal fees. All of that is covered. Fin, punto final, it's done. We move on. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your indulgence, allowing me to be able to explain all of this. And once again, I ask the support of both sides of the House. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2023 be read first and second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise before this honorable House to seek authorization for supplementary appropriations as set forth in an emergency general revenue supplementary appropriation number 3 of 2022-2023 bill. Now, while for the benefit of the Belizean public, at significant cost savings, the general revenue supplementary appropriation number 2 we just talked about seeks to clean up the financial mess created by the past UDP government. Now, this bill is primarily it seeks to address the certain challenges caused by the extreme weather events that have wreaked havoc on our road infrastructure. The tropical wave which passed over Belize last week inundated or flooded northern and central Belize with heavy rains, causing significant flooding in certain areas. And Minister for Infrastructure have already gone through giving a lengthy explanation. This system severely impacted our highways, secondary roads, feeder roads, impeding access and creating major safety hazards to motorists and pedestrians. We also there are many culverts. Actually, on Friday night when I was going back home from leaving the office, maybe about a few miles before we get to Orange Walk, there was a culvert that washed away a huge section, and we stopped and called the member from Belize Cayo South, and he immediately sent people to fix it because if somebody, it was already dark, and would have hit that hole, it would have quite likely flipped over or turned over. So we don't, everybody have seen what has happened. Now we're under extensive emergency repairs. Road works are required in numerous areas, including the Orange Walk, Corozal, and Belize districts, and including certain parts of Belize City, Ladyville, Lord's Bank, Brewer Boom, Crooked Tree, several villages in the Belize River Valley. In the Orange Walk district, you have San Esteban, Guinea Grass, Yo Creek, Carmelita, Charles Farm, Agaspine Ridge, Corozal, Libertad, Caledonia, Consejo Shores, Chula Vista. All these areas and some other villages require major work to damage roads. This help poor people. These are for help poor people. There are poor farmers that can't take out and produce. These are for help. So in what has become a trademark initiative of this administration, we harbor no shame in entreating our development partners for donor assistance to the recovery efforts. Our Ministry of Economic Development, and listen carefully, is hard at work in seeking grant support for loss and damages suffered as a result of the extreme climate events. At the same time, and this is, I think, for the first time it's happening, our Ministry of Finance is seeking to make a claim under the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, which we recently and responsibly procured and topped up. At the same time, and with a view to work on an expedited basis, based on extensive inspections, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development has determined that a minimum of $12 million is required for such emergency repairs. Given Cabinet's approval, we now seek authorization for supplementary appropriation in the sum of the said $12 million for emergency repairs. Equally important, this bill also seeks approval for several social protection measures to alleviate the rising cost of living for those most vulnerable. It's already been reported by various media outlets the several subsidy programs initiated by my administration. This includes the Public Transportation Fuel Subsidy Program, the Tour Operators Fuel Subsidy Program, and the Bread Subsidy Program. If you listen to me, you understand what we're doing. It's here. Hold on. These funds have been accessed from the contingency fund. Remember the contingency fund, something that your father never learned to do? That was established under the Finance and Audit Reform Amendment Act of 2021 that was passed by our PUP administration, and we funded it with an initial $5 million. Remember that? We put $5 million in the contingency fund in the March of fiscal year 2022-2023. Now, by virtue of the FARA amendment, we have to report to this honorable House the expenditures that were made from the contingency fund. So that's what we're doing now. We're taking it and reporting it to the National Assembly. Included in this bill, therefore, are the appropriations for these subsidy programs in the cumulative sum of approximately $3.4 million for the approval of this honorable House. In addition to these social program measures, approval is being sought for a further $2 million to commence the first phase of infrastructure works for a 1,000 lot development of Mile 8 on the Western Highway. 1,000 for the people of Belize City. Now, quoting the DPM, my brother right here beside me, this is what he said for this project. He said this will be an impactful project for Belize City residents and will do a lot to uplift a lot of young people from poverty, giving them the space and opportunity to breathe literally and figuratively. End of quote. See, these are the things that touch the lives of people. Not getting go eat tacos and drink some few beers. This is what lifts people out of poverty. And do I need to remind you that the former Prime Minister spent $600 million of the oil money, $500 million of Petrocaribe. We're yet to have more poverty, and now it takes our government, when there's so little that we have, that we're going to ensure that we could help the poor people, the residents of Belize City. So, Mr. Speaker, beside these critically necessary supplementary appropriations, additional appropriations for which authorization is sought hereunder includes as follows: $6.3 million for payments to contractors by the Taiwanese on behalf of the government for the Sartaneja Road. That's an agreement that we met, and when they pay, we government have to pass on the money to them. An additional $1 million for the amnesty program, with a residual balance of roughly $1 million. In such, the $3 million that was budgeted is going to be needed. We have already appropriated $1 million. We're making another $1 million available, and we're hoping to see if they're going to, well, they said they need $3 million, but we're going to try to do the best to try to spend the least that we possibly can. There's almost $800,000 in salaries being the government's counter responsibility under the Millennium Challenge Corporation Unit, the MCC, that will ultimately help us secure between US $100 to $200 million for Belize grant money. But under the agreement, we have to find the funds to set up the office and to pay the people. We also are budgeting another we're budgeting $750,000 for vehicles that are desperately needed by numerous departments, including the Elections and Boundaries Commission. Remember, they started working on the redistricting. They're working on that. The MCC unit, they need vehicles. The Ministry of Rural Development, the Ministry of Education, the Amnesty Program, and the Chief Justice Designate. Getting a new Chief Justice, and she requires a new vehicles. Now it's easy to come and bash the issue of vehicles, but if the people, they don't have vehicles, they can't go out to work. So this is simply vehicles to go to work. We have an additional $500,000 for projected travel costs, $550,000 being the final payment to contractors for the completion of the Ministry of Sustainable Development green building. I'm sure that Minister Habet can speak some more about what they're doing with this green building. Almost 400,000 for the Financial Intelligence Unit to finance its preparation for the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, or CARTAF, the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Mutual Evaluation Peer Review. It's very important. We cannot be blacklisted. So we have to prepare ourselves. We have to get experts, we have to get lawyers and so forth to be able to go through all the legislation, look at everything that we need to make sure that's, I think, sometime next year, probably around the end of next year, well, sometime next year, when they come and make that valuation, that they can ensure that we are not blacklisted. And a further $400,000 in grant funding from various developing partners, including UNICEF, UNDP, UNEP, and the government of Japan. In total, Mr. Speaker, the current expenditures add up to a little of over 1.3 million for recurring. And the cumulative sum total for CAP 2 expenditures amount to 19.98 million, while externally sourced funding CAP 3 expenditures amount to a bit over the $7.4 million for a grand total for additional supplementary appropriations for $28,715,617. Unlike the previous government, we vowed to the Belizean people that we are going to be transparent, that we are going to come to the House whenever we have to make any supplementary appropriations, come to the House, bring it to the House, and present it to the Belizean people and ask for the support for everyone. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the support of this honorable, House for this bill. Thank you.
Is the member of the opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say pleasant good afternoon to the people of Mesopotamia, who I represent, and all the other 30 constituencies who I also have the pleasure to lead. Mr. Speaker, supplementary after supplementary after supplementary. 6 supplementaries since the last budget was passed. And as we discuss the BISL settlement, the member from Freetown said in his infinite wisdom that the decision before us is clear. Are we a nation of law and order or not? And we have a debt to pay, and we should pay it. I appeal to the Prime Minister and his government that we have a human development debt to pay. We have a social debt to pay. You have to ask yourself, with every supplementary, with every spending of the taxpayer dollars, the fundamental question: what is your responsibility to make the lives of Belizeans better? What is your responsibility to respond to the crises? Crisis caused by high gas prices, the highest ever in this country, which has led to inflation and stagflation. So, while I have no quarrel with the culverts and the drainage that I went on record to request and to plea for when we had the flooding in July, and I went out to the villages, it is very needed. And I agree that the villagers need to be included in our vision to develop Belize. So it's long overdue, And I have no difficulty supporting that, even though it comes from a born-again infrastructure crusader crew that totally lambasted the previous administration when we had the vision for infrastructure and how important that was to national development. No time to be petty. It is in the best interest of this country to put in the culverts and the drainage and to deal with that emergency. But we have a human development emergency that the constituency fund does not satisfy. It is not enough. I am grateful. I have gone on record to give my thanks. Every time I write to get my constituency fund, I offer my gratitude. But it is not enough. And you always come into the house and pretend to be so smart and you know everything. Then all I am asking for are the solutions to the human development crisis that we have. And in this supplementary, as in previous supplementaries, $26,000 for human development. That is inhumane. That is a heartless, callous government. People are punishing, people are suffering, and this government promised to be a government for all. Everybody voted for you, as you could see in the results of the elections. So everybody deserves to be served with their taxpayer dollars. It is not the PUP's money that you're spending. It is the people's money that you're spending. And supplementary after supplementary does not reflect appropriately the crisis that this country is facing. This is not political hyperbole. I am not amplifying nothingness. This is real out there in the villages, in the towns, and the cities. The people that were on the margins are now below the margins. The people that were working class and did not have to rely on the state are pushed to the margins now. And all I am asking, I am pleading with the government to respond accordingly. $26,000 for human development is not a proper response. I appreciate the subsidies that we have heard of. I'm not sure if that is even enough. And I don't want to hear any longer that the government doesn't have it. Because every house meeting, you are spending more and more money. And if you have $76 million to pay a debt that I agree we should pay, let us pay our debt to the Belizean people that are suffering and punishing because the cost of living is higher than ever. We have a responsibility to that. When you sit in cabinet, when you go home, this has to weigh heavy on your mind. And I am asking for it to be reflected here. We cannot anymore accept that money not there. Money is here for everything. Every time there's something, oh, we need to pay this, we need to pay the 76, we need to pay that. Okay, fine, money is there. So now I'm asking you to prioritize the people's money to help the people during this time of duress. You can see the Minister of Police grappling with crime, out of control, worse than ever. Not due to his incompetence. I am not saying that he is incompetent and responsible for that. I empathize. I empathize. Crime is everybody's problem. I say it over and over and over again. But we need to respond accordingly. We need to help these people that are falling below the margins now, or the crime will continue. The violent crime, the home invasions, people killing for nothing. They don't value life because their life is miserable. Everything has gone up. People can't go to the market anymore. People can't do anything. And that is a real situation. So I am asking, we are finding money for everything. We cannot eat the culverts. We can't eat the roundabouts. We can't eat the streets and the highways according to the wisdom of the PUP. But I am not going to say suspend infrastructure development. All I am asking for is balance. We have a moral debt to pay to the Belizean people that are suffering from the highest gas prices and the highest cost of living, and we need to see that in the supplementary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Port Loyola.
First, allow me to say a wonderful afternoon to all the wonderful residents of the Port Loyola division that I hope you represent. First, I want to say good afternoon to all of you. Test. All right. Mr. Speaker, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, let me say good afternoon to the wonderful residents of Port Loyola who elected me to serve in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make reference to the supplementary allocation in regards to the $12 million for infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, the allocation is very important for a number of reasons. It is a fact that our country was hit by sudden heavy rains that caused tremendous damages to the streets and roads in our cities, towns, and villages. Madam Speaker, it is also a fact that the floods were so fierce that they destroyed a number of culverts that had stood up in regular rains and washed away several parts of many streets in rural areas and urban areas of the country. Madam Speaker, this supplementary budget is very important and timely because, first of all, the funds are needed to address the needs of the streets in the city and rural areas, and also, Mr. Speaker, for the economy to function at its highest level. It is very important that the people, as well as vehicles and others, are able to move from point A to point B with the least difficulty. Madam Speaker, it is also necessary because more economic activity will stir up, as I said, when people can move around and vehicles more freely. Madam Speaker, I have full confidence in supporting this supplementary budget because I am aware and totally convinced that the Belizean people will get value for their money. And as an example of that, I can recall when the Ministry of Infrastructure did an upgrade from the junction of the airport on the Philip Wilson Highway up to Los Lagos, as well as many other streets and villages throughout the country. Those works were done at a very reasonable cost, and for that, the Ministry of Infrastructure deserves praise for giving the people value for their money. Mr. Speaker, that was unlike the case with the opposition, where they built 1 mile of Farbers Road for over $8 million. And today, that Farbers Road remains one of the worst roads in the country. It's rough like any other rough road throughout the country. I would say it is the worst road in the country, and to see that it costs so much, $8 million. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that in supporting this supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, sorry, used to Mr. Speaker. I also want to say that in supporting this supplementary budget, I'm sure that we'll get value for money from the Ministry of Infrastructure because they have set the precedence for that. About a year ago, the Ministry of Infrastructure did some work in the Genosha area of Port Loyola, and up to this present day, the streets are in fairly very good condition, and so I want to say thanks to the Minister Espat, the Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, for the work that he did in that constituency. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to know that $1.9 million out of the supplementary for allocations has been specifically set aside for infrastructure development in Belize City in particular. And therefore, I am happy to say to the residents of Port Loyola who are listening that given the track record of the government and the track record of the Ministry of Infrastructure in giving value for money, I'm sure that out of that $1.9 million, every effort will be made to upgrade JR Street, Butterfly Street, Reggae Street, Gibson Street, Marisdina Street, and other streets in the Port Loyola division that were heavily affected with the recent floods. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, having said that, I fully support this supplementary budget. I used to, Madam Speaker, sorry about that, and say I took less than 5 minutes.
Recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my support to the supplementary appropriation that is before us, and I just want to say that I'm happy that government has responded very quickly to help our brothers and sisters in the other areas that were affected by this storm, particularly in the north and in the Belize district. I'm very happy. We all know the importance of having our infrastructure in place, making sure that we have culverts and drains, that they're open, and that basically the waterways are open, particularly during the rainy season. So we're very happy for that. I also want to go on record to recognize and to applaud the Minister of Infrastructure Development for all his efforts across the country in ensuring that our national highways are maintained clean. And I also want to support his appeal to the general public to please ensure that they put their garbage in the proper place, and that we have some civic pride in helping to maintain our national highways. I can certainly see the great effort that he and his ministry are undertaking. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that we are grateful, particularly in the Toledo district, for the support that we have received. I know there is still a lot more that needs to be done, to upgrade our roads. And I am certain that the people who are listening in the Toledo district, can attest to this, that we have received support. We have seen, the major roads being worked on, particularly from Muffordai all the way to Jordan, the road to Barranco. Those have been improved, but we still have other roads that need support. And I just want to, thank my colleague, because I heard him say this morning that whilst the Toledo district is not receiving any part of this, 12 million that is being allocated, but there are funds in the budget set aside to continue the work, because that is important. I particularly want to, ask that the area of Criquesarco, our people in Criquesarco, the roads are very, very bad. I know that as we speak right now, the Ministry of Infrastructure has been in there since last week trying to address that. We also need some support in the area of San Jose. And I know that the ministry is, currently addressing those areas. So suffice to say that I want to applaud the minister and the ministry for all the great work. And we will continue to work with the minister and the ministry collaboratively, because for us at the Ministry of Rural Development, and of course through the support of the Ministry of Finance, the Prime Minister, we collaborate with the Ministry of Infrastructure to support the work that they are doing. Just recently, we completed major works in San Antonio in which we upgraded all the streets, and we are currently working right now as we speak to move into San Miguel, again through a collaborative effort between our Ministry of Rural Development, the Ministry of Infrastructure, and of course, myself as the area representative. So I fully and wholeheartedly support this supplementary bill before us. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You good? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my interventions on the supplementary appropriation bill, supplementary 3. We can look at the numbers and we can quibble over the numbers, Mr. Speaker. But clearly, those who are responsible for putting together the national budget have done a piss-poor job in budget forecasting, in budget preparation, in how these numbers are presented to the National Assembly. This is now, for this fiscal year, the 3rd supplementary budget that has come to the National Assembly. I would like to propose to the Honorable Prime Minister that perhaps we need to have a formal rebudgeting exercise that takes into account all these bits and pieces that keep popping up that were not considered in the approved estimates of 2022-2023. It's time for us to go back to the drawing board, in my considered view, so that what we bring before the Belizean people can be more realistic, can be more pragmatic, and can take into account the urgent national development needs and the needs of the Belizean people. This is an additional $28 million that is being added to the public purse. But tack on the $76 million that we just approved, we are talking about that fat sum of $104 million that we are now foisting on the backs of the Belizean taxpayer. I am happy to see, for example, Mr. Speaker, that the tourism industry is finally getting its fuel subsidies. Many of the people who, from my constituency, work in the tourism industry are tour guides, tour operators, water taxi providers. And certainly, this $1 million will go a long way to help to subsidize the cost of doing business for those entities. I will recall, though, Mr. Speaker, that 90 days ago, the member from Orange Walk South stood up in this house and gave a long statement about the need to provide subsidies for bakers. 90 days later, that has still not been provided for, and it's not in the budget. So it lends me to think that at the next House meeting, we might be dealing with another supplementary appropriation bill to take into account the elements we forgot to include in this one. I see no, or very little, I should say, for the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries. Crime is a real and present danger. And I would be happy to support this budget if there was more money put into crime prevention and into the protection of our most valuable human resource, which is our people. I lie you not, Mr. Speaker, every night that I turn on the news, there is a story about a young girl who has been raped or sexually abused, and I see no money is being put into programs that will help these families to deal with providing the kind of care and attention and counseling that our young girls need at a time like this. $14 million for feeder roads and streets. I know the farmers, Mr. Speaker, need the rain so our crops can grow and that we can supply our tourism and local markets with fresh produce. But I pray, Mr. Speaker, that we don't have any more rains anytime soon. $14 million in 2 days. I, too, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, and even though the member from Cayo South did outline some numbers for us this morning and spoke to specific areas that this $14 million would cover. It's $14 million for your ministry, no? 12 for the emergency. $12 million, 2 days of rain. What happened if we had a week of rain, or 3 weeks of rain, or God forbid, if we have a major natural disaster? I am saying that while some of these allocations may indeed be necessary, and to be fair to the member from Cayo South, he has been the most transparent in terms of providing the numbers from that side of the house. But let's see the assessment reports so we can understand why, in some instances, we have to pay $250,000 for a culvert for a particular area. Send me your statement, and then, yes, I know exactly what I am talking about. You have a point of order? Do you have a point of order?
Member, please, I ask the point of orders this time.
Mr. Speaker, I have been very respectful to my colleague, and I will not allow my colleague to be disrespectful to us on this side of the House. So I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that you kindly remind him of the standing order you reminded us on at the beginning of this session. My point, Mr. Speaker, you're making your speaker, you say come from the west, so that allow you to do what you're not supposed to do in this House.
Member, please
Member
proceed.
from Cayo
Member,
South.
please proceed.
I am not babbling. Mr. Speaker, are you going to call the attention of the member from Kayosol.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order 42, which says that members should not talk across.
And you're doing likewise, so please,
All right.
member, please, let's proceed and let's get to the point, please.
Who has the floor, Mr. Speaker?
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. The point of my presentation, Mr. Speaker, is that clearly the approved estimates from 2022 to 2023 can no longer be relied on to execute the work of the people. And I would like to call on the Prime Minister and his Ministry of Finance to resubmit a brand new budget to this House that will take into account any contingencies that we may need to deal with for the remainder of this fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kayosol.
Mr. Speaker, I would recommend that the House of Representatives gets some better microphones. Supplementary number 18. Mr. Speaker, I am listening to my colleagues on the other side, and I must say that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition is in full agreement with what we have done when it pertains to the requests for the emergency fund. I can't say the same for the member from Albert, but I'll explain as best as I can. Yes, it was a rain that came, that passed over us for 2 days. Yes, we had substantial damage. Yes, if it would rain for more than 2 days, a week or two, we would be in dire infrastructural problems. Why is this so? It is because the government that she was a member of neglected the infrastructure of this country, especially the rural communities, for 13 years. And Mr. Speaker, all we are doing is try to bring it up to an acceptable level. Maybe the member from Albert should tour the country as the leader of the opposition has done, so that she can get a first-hand idea of the villages that we are speaking of. The leader of the opposition is in agreement because I know he has been in those villages. And he has seen, and when he was there, it wasn't raining. It was about to. The Kayo district has its problems, but the Kayo district is blessed with beautiful rolling hills, with multiple rivers that allow us to have proper drainage. And even in the Kayo district, we have our problems, Mr. Speaker. I know you're aware of that. But the Orange Walk district, portions of the Belize district, portions of the Corozal district do not have those natural gradients that allow natural drainage. In fact, these villagers have absolutely no drainage. And so we have seen that we are spending money over and over again trying to give access, and now we are in the second phase. Not only giving access, but trying to have these access stay in excellent shape for a longer period of time. That is why another proposal that the Ministry of Infrastructure Development is doing is to move and start to pave more village streets and rural streets, because even though it costs us a little bit more than the grading and the compacting, the long-term effect is more positive. It means that you're spending a little bit more upfront, but you won't have to do it for a longer period of time. So now make nobody come here and say, we buy culvert for $250, $250,000. I will, as I did, Mr. Speaker, for the first emergency fund that we brought to this House, I did a very detailed report that went to the Contractor General that came to this House. A book. I have promised the media who just interviewed me a couple minutes ago that I will do exactly the same again, and I will provide the book to them in detail, because we are proud of what we are doing. We are not perfect. We are doing the best that we can, and we will continue to work as hard as we can, even though you have political people trying to make mischief. I suppose it's their job, but that does not change the right of the rural Belizean people to have access to their homes, to have access to school, to have access to their work, and to have access to the farms that bring them out of poverty. So we are helping with the poverty situation at the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. I haven't even mentioned houses. I'm listening to the member Albert, Mr. Speaker. You see, I know the fight to that, Mr. Speaker. I am being patient. I am learning. I am getting good at this patience thing. You know, the prayers are helping leader of the opposition. The truth is, we have contacted all area representatives, and we have had requests from various areas, and we are building houses in each constituency. We are building solid houses. We are building concrete homes. We are doing the best that we can with the budget, and so when we come with another supplementary for houses, I hope that you approve. But the houses, Mr. Speaker, is also our contribution to the social programs of this country. It is our way of showing the Belizean people that we care for them and that we will work hard for them. But don't let the member from Albert be spewing erroneous propaganda when they have a constituency development fund. We have never had that. If I mean me, I know me again, but the Prime Minister is at a different level, and he says democracy give everybody. Because I remember when the father of the leader of the opposition was the Prime Minister, we got little to nothing. I didn't get a scholarship in Cayo South for all my political career in opposition. I never get one Colbert. In fact, Colbert, I just remember my brother for Toledo West begged for Colbert for how much years? And that's what I'm saying. The Prime Minister is above the fray, the political fray. And we are guided by his democratic way of leading. And that's why you guys and your supporters get far more than we have gotten. Far more. Yes, they are. And that's why, but you're getting a bonokoya like you're not getting nothing. Where do you the money? Where do you the money? Where do you the money in the Albert division? I don't see the people in the Albert division. I don't see the people in the Albert division all of a sudden coming out of poverty because of misrepresentative from the Albert division. I don't see that. I have seen that the representatives of the UDP, in the South Side, have been in power for 30. I have seen that. Have never ever been able to change the lives of their residents and raise them out of poverty. And that's a fact. In fact, you have a member, the Honorable Denise Barrow, Queen Square, and I think you have to make a position on that, Mr. Speaker. This is the time. We need to make a position on that. Why is the member from Queen Square not attending House meetings? It is a chair that is used to hold the bag from the member of Albert from the day we got elected. If you put the camera, and I am protesting. Maybe the members from the Women's Caucus should write a letter condemning a member of this house not coming to house meetings. Not one time, not two times, not three times, not four times, not five times, all the time. That is what the member from Albert should be speaking of. That is what you should be doing. So write the report and let's hear the voices once again condemning that disrespectful act. Because you're an honorable member, we are honorable because the people put us there. We are humble, we have to be, we are here to serve. It is an honor to be here, you know. And that, to me, is disrespectful. I gone off a little bit off of the traction, but I like this speaker. And I would like to say thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Just want to remind you all of funding order 42B. Please, 42B. Right. I want to recognize the member for Fort George.
Mr. Speaker, I just need to speak briefly this afternoon on this supplementary bill number 3. And I really want to try to understand what the opposition has been blubbering on this afternoon about. Are they supporting the bill or are they not supporting the bill? Because they skirted around the issues. They said, yes, we need money for this, yes, we need money for that, but at no point did they say that we are in support of this bill. So let us remind the Belizean people what is included in this supplementary bill. Included in this supplementary bill, Mr. Speaker, is $1.5 million for the subsidy to the wheat producers, to the bakery. I don't know if the member from Albert missed that because that's right in here. $1.5 million. $1 million for the tour operators subsidy, the fuel subsidy for tour operators. Are they against the tour operators getting the subsidy? Are they against the cost of bread being held down for the Belizean people? Because you have to explain yourselves. You have to explain yourselves. $2 million so that they can develop Mile 8. You are talking about land for Belizean residents. You are talking about land for Belize city persons. You are talking about poor people getting out of poverty because they get a piece of land and will be able to get a house, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the work of the Minister of Housing. And are they against this? Are they against Belizean people getting land? Are they not in support of Belizean people getting houses? Let them explain themselves. Because they get up and they just go on and on. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking
on the matter.
I'm talking.
You want me to clarify?
No, you don't have a standing order.
On a point of clarity, would you yield so that I could clarify? It is in the standing order.
I yield to the chair, sir.
It is in the standing order on a point of clarity. You have to ask him, will he yield?
The Speaker?
May I continue, Mr. Speaker? Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me just remind them, because they were on their social media pages complaining about the streets, complaining about the roads, complaining and saying something has to be done. Well, something is being done, Mr. Speaker, but what is being done requires resources, it requires finances, and as the Minister of Infrastructure Development just explained, that he will provide all the breakdown for everything that is being used in this supplementary budget in terms of the fixing of the roads and all the infrastructure work. It's easy to complain, Mr. Speaker. It's harder to get the work done. And this side, this PUP government is getting the job done once and for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Belize.
I have to wrap up this debate. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you're in a position, you look at everything, you look at the glass as half empty every time. And when you're in government, of course, you look at the glass as half full. I suppose that's the nature of politics. Our members on the other side always see so brilliantly all the things we need to do in government. But we have to remind them every so often that they were just in government. They were in government for 13 years and had billions of dollars at their disposal. They had $600 million on the B&E taxes. They had $500 million from Petrocaribe. They act as if though they didn't borrow any money, but they borrowed billions of dollars. And yet, after 13 years, there were more poor people than when they got into power 13 years earlier. And that is not statistics that we produce. That is statistics that the multilaterals produce. The World Bank, the IMF, CDB, IDB, all these good people that everybody so respect and revere. These are the people who said that there was more poverty in this country than ever before. More people looking for jobs and can't find jobs than ever before. More people dropping out of school than ever before. Billions of dollars being spent, and more people were living in broken down houses than ever before. So you look at the supplementary and you choose rather conveniently to just look at $26,000 for human development. But as a member for Fort George just pointed out, you conveniently was blind, conveniently didn't want to go to Hoy or to Agar, so you didn't see that there's $1.5 million in here to keep the price of bread at the price it's always been. $1 million is in here for the tour operators to help them keep their livelihoods going. And we get another 500,000. If we continue at this rate, the minister might throw in another $1 million. You're happy about that? Okay. Oh, wonderful. And then wonderful. And then we have $1 million, almost $1 million in here to keep the price of bus transportation at a manageable level. You know, so money is being spent here. I don't need to repeat all that was said. The Minister of Infrastructure was rather eloquent in explaining why we need to support this $12 million. And he was particularly eloquent when he spoke about what he was going to do for Lekai and Melama and Port Laiola. Although the member for Port Laiola wants to do all his streets, and we have to remind him that, you know, we'll start at Lekai first and then we'll up it stack too, see? There you go. But he has a lot of money, right? But the truth of the matter, though, Mr. Speaker, I want to just say here that what the Minister of Infrastructure failed to mention is that there's a $2 million in here to start putting in the roads for the nascent Mile 8 community. As you know, there's hardly any land available or any land available to speak of in Belize City, and so we've given hundreds of Belize City residents lots at Mile 8. But they've not been able to reach those lots because we've not been able to put in the streets. So I'm happy to report that this supplementary appropriation will see the Ministry of Infrastructure start that process where the roads will be put in. I know a lot of people were frustrated because they really want to reach their land and they couldn't, and I think some of them didn't think we were serious. But we're here to say today we are serious. And we're here to say to them also, as frustrated as you got, you must cradle this opportunity. It's a big deal. They're spending a few $100s to get a lot that's valued over $20,000. You can't beat that with a hammer. You need to cradle that opportunity. You need to go and pay your purchase price and get your title and hug that up real tightly. Resist the temptation. Resist the temptation for a few dollars. Resist the temptation to sell your land. Land is a valuable resource, and it's a finite resource. So if you sell your land, it may not be so easy to get another piece. So we want to encourage our people. Once you get your land, not sell it. Not get like no crackhead and sell your thing. Hold on to your thing. Because when you get a piece of land, You could lift your family out of poverty. You could bank it. You could pay for you go to school. You could pay for your picnic go to school. You could get a mortgage. You could build a house for the future. We're really excited about the Maliet community. You know, they're far from Belize City. Right up the street, you could ride your bike there. There you go. I mean, lots of goings on. You know, there you go. The dollar van they go up and down there really quickly. That's a big deal. So we start with that, 2 million. We are getting more. We got a commitment. I say it right now, right here. You're sure corrupt. But I could tell the people there that the Maliet, the bigger land, the full land, the high land, that's a big deal, man. You pick them, you could grow, you could play, you could dream, you could live freely. Man, just the possibilities endless. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and we support the Supplementary Appropriations Bill.
Honorable members, the question that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023 be read first and second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend or to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to facilitate implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government and Belize International Services Limited, arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Services Limited claims and the Belize International Services Limited litigation costs, and to provide for a matter connected therein or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, I've already gone to great lengths to explain, and I know I mentioned litigation costs right here. I just want to make sure, before anybody try to misunderstand, the $38.25 million is the total settlement. It also includes the BISL's litigation costs. So they will not come later and say, well, these are my legal fees. It's already set there, and that's it. Nothing, no more on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, considerations, and report.
Bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government and Belize International Services Limited, arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Services Limited claims and the Belize International Services Limited litigation costs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, just to ensure that we put it in the records of this National Assembly, that this bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet. Now, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49, 1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Recognize the Honorable Minister, Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Patents Act, Chapter 253 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the seat of Registrar of Intellectual Property from the Solicitor General, and to provide for the appointment of a Registrar of Intellectual Property, to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This is a very, very straightforward amendment, Mr. Speaker. It's really consequential. It's what we refer to as a consequential amendment. As a result of the new companies bill that we introduced a few weeks ago, I believe, or a few months ago. But really the whole objective is to designate the registrar of the Belize Intellectual Property Office to be the sitting registrar in Belmopan. The whole sitting registrar will be expected to foster greater collaboration between government ministries that play an integral role in our trade and investment portfolios. We believe with a designated registrar, who is not the Deputy Solicitor General, that they will be able to give greater attention to the future direction of IPOs by giving support to research and innovation, that we are engaging more meaningfully with the public and private stakeholders. So it's a very, very straightforward matter. We think it's an opportune time as well for the introduction of this new sitting registrar, because we're also acceding to the Madrid Protocol as it relates to trademarks. And that, again, requires specialized attention and expertise. So, very, very simply, Mr. Speaker, we believe that as a consequence of the new companies bill, that we need to have a specific sitting registrar who will function in that capacity. And so we're amending the Patents Act to reflect that new office of a sitting registrar.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Patents Act, Chapter 253 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the seat of Registrar of Intellectual Property from the Solicitor General, to provide for the appointment of a Registrar of Intellectual Property, to provide in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for the offices of patent examiners, patent officers, trademark supervisor, and trademarks examiners, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Non-Governmental Organizations Act, Chapter 315 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the appointment of a Registrar of Non-Governmental Organizations, to provide for the appointment of a Deputy Registrar of NGOs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Again, Mr. Speaker, again, another consequential amendment arising out of the new Companies Act, the Belize Companies Act, Act number 11 of 2022, which repealed the former Companies Act and brought provisions into force regarding the management and control of the Companies and Corporate Affairs Registry, which is now under the jurisdiction of the Financial Services Commission, with the registrar being the director of the Financial Services Commission. So the whole idea, again, there is to make sure that we have the registrar of non-governmental organizations dedicated to that, for that purpose, and to have the Director General of the Financial Services Commission, who is the registrar under the Belize Companies Act, also be the registrar of the NGOs, and to allow for the deputy registrar appointed under the Belize Companies Act to be the deputy registrar of NGOs, and to provide for the delegation of powers and functions of the registrar to the deputy registrar. So it's a very straightforward matter. It's a consequential amendment because of the new Companies Act. to allow, as I said, for the Director of the Financial Services Commission, the Director General, to serve as the registrar, and for the Deputy Registrar to do the same thing. So a very, very straightforward amendment.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Non-Governmental Organizations Act, Chapter 315 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the appointment of a registrar of non-governmental organizations, to provide for the appointment of a deputy registrar of non-governmental organizations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourns to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, at its rising today, adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the bill and motions listed below pass this day. Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill 2022. Resolutions recommending the appointment of a person to act as an Auditor General Motion 2022, and resolutions approving statutory instruments formally signed into law and published in the Gazette give effect to the conservation commitments specified in Clause 1, Milestone 1, and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A, the Conservation Agreement Motion 2022. As you are well aware, under Standing Orders number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of Standing Committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The only logical way for this to be done, and other by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motions and bill. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee have concluded their business.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
Recognize the Honorable Chairman, Finance and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 125/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill 2022. Number HR 126/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the resolution approving statutory instruments formally signed into law and published in the Gazette to give effect to the conservation commitments specified in Clause 1, Milestone 1, and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement Motion 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lay on the table. Recognize the Honorable Chairman, Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, number HR 127/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the resolution recommending the appointment of a person to act as Auditor General, motion 2022.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourned the date to be fixed by the Speaker. No, sir. Sorry, no, yeah. The motions, yeah, sorry, yeah. Mr. Speaker, this is a resolution recommending the appointment of a person to act as Auditor General, motion 2022. With your permission, now not to repeat the recitals of the motion, I move now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Dorothy Bradley be appointed to act as Auditor General for a period of 2 years, with effect from the first day of September 2022.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House recommend that Ms. Dorothy Bradley be appointed to act as Auditor General for a period of years, with effect from the first day of September 2020. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. Seeing the ayes have it. Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, this is a resolution approving statutory instruments formally signed into law and published in the Gazette to give effect to the conservation commitments specified in Clause 1, Milestone 1 and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement Motion 2022. With your permission, now not to repeat the recitals of the motion, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the statutory instruments published in the Gazette and formally signed into law on the 21st day of April 2022 to give effect to the conservation commitments specified in Clause 1, Milestone 1 and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore resolved. This Honorable House approve the statutory instrument published in the Gazette, formally signed into law on the first day of April 2022. Give effect to the conservation commitment specified Clause 1, Milestone 1, and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the Government of Belize and Belize International Services Limited, arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Services Limited claims and the Belize International Services Limited litigation costs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Mr. Speaker, we have debated this at length, so just going through the recitals.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed settlement between the government and International Services Limited arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the International Services Limited claim and the Belize International Services Limited litigation cost to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
To facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government and Belize International Services Limited arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the BISL claims and the BISL litigation costs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I, as the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a Trademarks Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 257 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Recognize member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the surface of it, it would appear that the Madrid Protocol would help to facilitate the ease of doing business in the country. It is, as I understand, when the Prime Minister made the member for Freetown made the presentation to the National Assembly at its first reading, that it would allow multinational companies to register under the Madrid Protocol once we ratify it, and therefore that protocol, that they would then be registered in Belize. Sort of a one-stop arrangement for the licensing of trademarks. But I dug a little deeper, Mr. Speaker, because it seemed we didn't have access to the Madrid Protocol itself. And so I consulted with those service providers who act as agents and IP practitioners in Belize. Perhaps the Honorable Prime Minister and the member from Freetown could indicate who stands to benefit from the signing of the protocol. It is my understanding, unless I have been led wrong by some members of the Bar Association and some members of the IP practitioners, and that, in fact, they don't quite understand what's the rush in signing off on the Madrid Protocol, and what would be some of the forces, driving forces, behind moving this agenda at this time. It is my understanding that a subgroup was formed at the Bar Association to look at the protocol, and a white paper was shared with me. That was the outcome of those consultations. And then Belmopan also did some consultations with the IP practitioners. And there was great opposition, my understanding from the document I have here in my hand, that this moves forward at this time. If I can read from the white paper, Mr. Speaker, there were at least 5 points highlighted what the real consequences of the Madrid Protocol would do at a time like this. I read from page 4 of the white paper. It says, in short, it's quite a lengthy discussion as to the pros and benefits of the protocol. But in short, the real consequences can be listed as follows. 1, loss of revenue from taxes for the countries, as agents will have less income from IPs, intellectual property arrangements, loss of foreign exchange to those law firms and agencies that do provide this service to the multinational companies. Unemployment, as law firms will no longer require the current level of staffing that is used now. Decrease in auxiliary services, such as courier, that will be less packages coming into Belize for fillings, and loss of spending potential for employees and agents. After reading the paper in detail, loss of foreign exchange, loss of job opportunities, loss of IP practitioners in Belize having access to some of these multinational groups. And so, while, as I said, on the surface, it seems to be the trend, right? More countries are joining on to the Madrid Protocol. In my research, in the case of Trinidad and Tobago and also in the case of Jamaica, IP agents and practitioners lost almost 90% of their business. Local IP agents and practitioners lost about 90% of their business when the Madrid Protocol was signed into law. I think the only other country in the region that I am aware of, and there may be others, is Antigua and Barbuda, who were the first in CARICOM out of the gate to sign on to this. You know, it makes you wonder that it is the job, in my view, and the responsibility of the government to look out for local business opportunities and local service providers. And we saw it happen with IBCs. Belize got into the business, and then these first world countries created a lot of pressure, has created a lot of pressure, continues to create a lot of pressure for IBC companies in Belize. First world countries put pressure on countries like Belize for the growing and exporting of marijuana, for example. We've seen it happen over and over where larger countries put so much pressure on smaller territories that where we can be competitive and where we can lend some support to local industries and local opportunities, we get stifled or we feel forced or pressured to sign on to treaties and protocols that may not serve the best interests of Belize. It's like being hijacked, Mr. Speaker, by some of these arrangements. And I can tell you I worked very closely as we looked at the European countervailing measures and the impact it had on our company's registry and why we've gone through so many rounds of legislation amendments to try and remain compliant. So I am asking if it is indeed that the Bar Association has expressed their concerns, do not support taking that move at this time. And if in fact the IP practitioners have expressed their concerns and are not prepared and would not like us to move forward with such haste, what are the driving factors, Mr. Speaker, for us to move forward with the Madrid Protocol at this time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Freetown.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing the debate on this matter, Mr. Speaker, and responding to the honorable member for Albert, what I can report to you, member, is that the cabinet received an extensive briefing on this matter from the Attorney General's ministry. And all of the issues that you have raised were discussed. You are right that there are elements of the bar, as well as the IP practitioners, who are in opposition to moving forward with the Madrid Protocol at this time. But I don't think that it's fair to say that there's any haste. It's been on the review and discussion for I think more than 2 years. The Attorney General assured us that there had been extensive consultations and discussions. And at the end of that process, her office was satisfied that this would in fact be in the best interest of not only that IP sector, but in the general national interest of Belize's economy. So certainly from where they sit, the Attorney General's office, their ministry, they reject many of these suggestions that in fact there will be a loss of revenue. We discussed that, I think, at some great length. They have quite the opposite view. They believe that over time, of course, there will be a transition period, and there are always challenges during a transition period, but over time, they expect that, in fact, there will be greater revenues because there will be a wider pool from which Belize can access, business, this type of business. So, as you yourself pointed out, many other jurisdictions are moving in this direction. So it begs the question, if in fact these suggestions are right, that in fact, this will lead to a loss of revenue, it will lead to, the sector, the IP sectors, the IP practitioners losing business and closing down and that sort of thing, then why are so many jurisdictions, in fact, embracing the Madrid Protocol and moving in that direction? The bottom line, I think, is that the AG's ministry, after, I think, as I said, substantive discussions and consultations, but based on their own research, and the AG herself engaged with other attorneys general from other jurisdictions to ask them about their experience as well in this regard. And I think based on all of that, they came to the firm view and conclusion that, in fact, as I said, this would be in the best interest of Belize as a jurisdiction. So, I certainly would advise you, if you have other further specific questions, I'm sure the Attorney General's Ministry would be happy to sit down with you and to go through them point by point and try to respond to them. But I am reporting to you what they briefed us on in Cabinet and gave us assurances, because we raised some of those issues as well. And so we are satisfied that this legislation at this time will serve the national interest.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend Trademark Act Chapter 57 of Substantial Law of Belize Revised Edition 2020 give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 257 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I is the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, good people of Pickstock. Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned when this amendment was introduced in the last House, what we're trying to do here is to create an opportunity for us to create some incentives for the Belizean traveler. During COVID, Belizeans traveling across the country sustain the tourism industry. And currently, the Hotels and Tourist Accommodations Act only specifies for one group of people to be taxed. So we want to be able, under difficult circumstances only, and with the advice and consultation of the private sector, with the private sector, for us to be able to reduce the room tax for Belizeans. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 85, the substance law Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provide for the minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax, encourage tourism amongst certain classes of persons, and to provide the matters connected therewith or incidental thereto read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax, to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Again, Mr. Speaker, currently the vacation rentals, as they're called, Airbnb, VRBO, Vacasa, etc., they represent about 20% of the revenues generated by the accommodation sector. The Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act is very stringent in terms of penalties and interest. What we're trying to do here is to incorporate all those vacation rentals that are not currently registered with the Belize Tourism Board. We're going to create an amnesty for them to come in over a period of time, for them to be able to fall under the umbrella of the Belize Tourism Board. Also, during this time, we're talking to Airbnb for them to introduce the accommodation tax on their platform. And so this is what we're trying to do to regularize and incorporate this emerging sector of the tourism industry under the BTB. Thank you.
Is the member for Albert?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly embrace the initiative to try and bring the Airbnb sector under the tax bracket. Many of these properties are indeed not making their fair contribution to the tourism fund. And I understood at the first presentation of this bill that the amnesty would be for those properties who are outside of the tax net, those who have not been licensed to operate. But in reading the actual amendments, it talks about properties that would be renewing their license. And so those properties are already under the tax net, and I'm not sure why we would be offering any consideration for arrears to be removed or not to be paid when hotel tax is a consumption tax. You collect it from the visitor when the visitor spends a night at your hotel. It's like your SSB tax. You have to pay your Social Security tax, and that tax is not for the property, the employer. That tax has to be paid into the SSB fund. And GST, similarly, it's a consumption-based tax. So while I can support, or while we can support the notion of properties that are not in the tax net, maybe I can get some clarification from the minister as to why we're referring to include those that would be renewing their license because they would have already been in the tax net. And in my humble opinion, should not be the intended target for this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Brixton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree that will have to change. If one has the, including the people who are already licensed, it does make sense, and we're going to make that amendment.
Honorable members, the question is that bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears, accommodation tax on the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, Logistics and Governance.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the good people of Kai and Earth. Mr. Speaker, this is the Digital Government Bill 2022, and I move the second reading of a bill for an act to establish the e-governance and digitalization department and provide for its powers, duties, and functions to promote and regulate the provision of electronic government, e-government services, to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, when this bill was introduced, by way of explanation, I had indicated that apart from establishing the e-governance and digitalization department within the Ministry of E-Governance, this bill will also provide a comprehensive legal framework for developing digital services across the government and the interoperability of the supporting systems. This bill will also provide the fundamental principles and tenets to promote and facilitate the digitalization of public services and the utilization of ICT as a core element of Belize's public administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish governance and digitalization department and provide for its power, duties, and function, promote and regulate provision of electronic governance, e-governance services to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, the efficiency, effectiveness of government, administrative procedures, provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the e-governance and digitalization department and provide for its powers, duties, and functions to promote and regulate the provision of electronic government, e-government services to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee, the whole House, to consider the bills that were read second time. I would like to ask visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
For an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading for a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill 2022 and pass it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government and Belize International Services Limited arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Service Limited claims and the Belize International Services Limited litigation cost, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those in favor, those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government and BISL arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the BISL claims and the BISL litigation costs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Trademarks Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 257 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act to give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Hotel and Tourism Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substances Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax, to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act to provide for the minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Accommodation Tax Remission of Arrears Bill 2022 and passed it with amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotel and Tourist Accommodation Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Minister of Public Utilities, Logistics, and E-Governance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Digital Government Bill 2022 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the e-governance and the digitalization department and provide for its power, duties, and functions to promote and regulate the provisions of electronic government, e-government services to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the e-governance and digitalization department and provide for its powers, duties, and functions to promote and regulate the provision of electronic government, e-government services to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Before I recognize PM for the adjournment, I wish to say this. Acting in my capacity as the Speaker of the House, I wish to note for the record that the continued absence of the member of Queen Square. Okay? So that is something that we were elected to represent our people who gave us that trust. And we were elected and should be adhered to. we have a right to represent our people in each constituency. So please, let us take that responsibility that the people had vested upon us. Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
I want to congratulate you on your moving this House meeting expeditiously and quite well. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Thank you.
Yeah, need to recognize me.
Member of the opposition.
I there every House meeting, so you can't miss me. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed on my matter of national importance, I don't know if it is because of a procedural protocol why the member from Orange Walk South has not apologized to the member from Alberts. I know that the last House meeting, he was supposed to give a personal explanation. I would appeal to him that let not procedural protocol interfere with offering that apology to the member of Alberts.
Yeah.
If this is the issue, then that's it.
I am asking.
You are only
I am bringing the matter to the attention. No, I am bringing this issue.
Move on.
I am bringing this issue to the Speaker. You are not the Speaker of the House.
You are
the Prime Minister. Sit down. This is the Speaker of the House. Come on.
Leader of the
You are not the
opposition.
Speaker of the House. You are not the Speaker of the House.
Leader of the opposition. I am the one in the chair.
And I am asking you a question, Mr.
But
Speaker.
you are answering for me.
I am not answering for you. The Prime Minister is trying to answer
So
for you.
please, leader, let us conduct ourselves, man. Please.
Calm down.
All I can say is I took this chair today, and I am not the one to request that apology. All right? Because at the end of the day, it was a pass, so that is...
Just said note and move on. Move on.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. That matter is before Speaker Wood. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the Leader of the Opposition of the standing orders. The House has been adjourned. He had the entire day to raise this matter. He did not raise the matter, but on adjournment, he does not have the right to raise that matter or to ask you any question. His duty is to raise a matter of national importance, and that's all. Let us listen to this matter.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my issue of national importance is corruption. And I am appealing to the Prime Minister. Yes, you guys are experts in corruption. The worst ever. You want to talk about CCJ? CCJ said the member from Fort George and the member from Caribbean Shores' father was a malignant tumor. That is how corrupt he was. And you were part of that administration. And you too, sir, a member from Orange Walk Central, Honorable Prime Minister, there was a time when you wanted to be leader of the opposition. I want me to try overthrow the good member from Freetown, and you accused your party members of stealing millions and millions of millions. So the issue of corruption, yes, he said, bring back the millions. So the issue of corruption is a real one, and you have promised to be a better government. And so I am bringing to your attention some alarming patterns, starting with yourself. And it has set the tone for the things that we see happening at SSB right now. When you pick up the phone and you call to tell a public officer what to do for Miss Diana Chi. Now, while I will not say that is willful suppression, as the member from Cayo South tried to do to the Honorable Rene Montero, I am telling you that you're setting a bad example. And you can see...
Member?
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, on the adjournment, the members from the other side and the backbenchers can raise issues of specific importance. It cannot be generalized subjects and just going on a diatribe all afternoon. It is a specific issue of national importance. So I would just like to remind, or for you to remind the Leader of Opposition of what is this specific issue he's referring to, and please let us move on this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for George. Leader of the Opposition, please let's stick to
Yes, yes. The specific issue is the corruption at SSB that we saw with the investment board approving a $7 million loan to a company that did not even have a trade license to operate. A company who their Ministry of Health was investigating, big investigation. They went in there and shut down the company and raided the company. But as is normal in this honorable house, I am allowed to give context as I make my presentation, Mr. Speaker. I am allowed
in one point.
Yes, I am giving the picture as you always do, Prime Minister, and your other members do. With SSB, there is a history of corruption with SSB. Let us not forget, when you, I believe you were Deputy Prime Minister, Prime Minister Musa, had to fire the head of the board at that time, or one of the executives on the board, because there was a question of up to $79 million in bad loans, as we found out at the Senate Select Committee. So I don't want us to repeat history, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we are seeing when the SSB Investment Committee and Board would approve a $7 million loan, pensioners' money, to a crony of the PUP, a relative to one of the members of this House, one of the ministers in government. That is corruption, Mr. Speaker. And I am asking the Prime Minister to do an investigation. In my view, those people need to resign. That they were prepared to give $7 million of the pensioners' money. People work hard. And they look forward to that. And that money should not be given to cronies. And there is a precedent here where we have seen, as the Prime Minister ineloquently says all the time, bad spending. Well, this is worse than that. This is corruption, Mr. Speaker. And again, the reason this is of national importance, because this has happened before under a PUP administration in which the Prime Minister was Deputy Prime Minister. Let me remind this honorable House and remind the country why this is such an important consideration for the Prime Minister to make and to address urgently. Let us not forget V.H. Courtney. You come into this house all the time and you talk about the 13 years and what you inherited. Well, V.H. Courtney was the chair of the Social Security Board, and he was arrested for stealing $3.4 million. While he was acquitted, the civil court found him liable. Let that not happen while you are Prime Minister, member from Orange Walk Central. Let's take these things serious and stop the cancer before it spreads. You have a problem at SSB. I pray you act urgently to resolve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is right. We do have a problem on the SSB. It's called a UDP problem, because it's the UDP that created them problems that we're facing right now with the building at SSB. It is the UDP and the Doug Singh and the UDP that approved that building. And I thought we have to spend money to fix it. But, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that is a problem. Sometimes you come and you just talk and you embarrass yourself. If you go, no, hold on. I listened to you quietly. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you because when I interrupt you, like you lose it. No, I mean, you can't handle it. So I may just I give you more rope, make you hang yourself. If you were to take the time, and I'm going to get the quote about the malignant tumor, you will realize that your father was quoting out of context. But I'll get it and I'll send it to you so that you'll just stop the mimic and try to be a mini-me. Because you're not there. You're not there. So, but Mr. Speaker, let me point out something, Mr. Speaker, when he's talking about corruption. This is one case here that the process has worked. I've said it over and over, and I'm going to repeat it for the leader of the opposition. The process is this. There is a committee, an investment committee, that work for Social Security. They made the recommendation, then they pass it to a subcommittee of the board, the investment committee. They pass on the recommendation to the board. Then the board made the recommendation to approve the loan. But then it is required that it is publicized to get the reaction from people, to see how is it that people react to this loan. And it's obvious, and even members in cabinet express concerns over this loan. And what did they do? Social Security, when they listened to the concerns of different people, and including the owner of the business, he himself wrote a letter asking Social Security Board to withdraw his loan approval. The process worked. That's what this gentleman need to understand. Now, and they like to talk again about Harry Courtney and what happened. Harry Courtney, what happened? First of all, when he went to court, he was found innocent. And then they set up a kangaroo court by a judge that is now dead. No. That was, hold on. I'd listen to you, man. They set up a kangaroo court, Mr. Speaker, just so that they could try to justify themselves in trying to arrest Harry Courtney. After a jury of his peers found him innocent. And someday the real story will come out of what the UDP tried to do in trying to get an innocent man to jail. But there was no evidence. And what is most important is that Social Security had the shares. They had the shares. They paid $3.3 million for the shares and then sold back the shares for BL for over $5 million. Social Security made a profit on that. But you don't repeat that. You conveniently forget that. The records are there, my brother. If you have the time and stop embarrassing yourself, take 1/2 hour, go to Social Security and ask them if they did not have the shares. And ask them if they sold the shares back to BL. Ask them how much they paid for it and how much they were paid back in return. And you will see that they made about approximately $2 million in profit. But the UDP, as usual, like Goebbels, and they, when they were just, you repeat a lie and you repeat it and repeat it over and over, that's exactly what you have been doing. That's exactly what the UDP is known for. Repeating lies over and over and over and over until it starts to become. So, but you want to talk about corruption? You want to talk about this issue on Social Security? So, is it corruption when Dean Barrow, is it corruption when Dean Barrow put his own son, Anwar Barrow, for go run BTL? Is that corruption? Is it corruption when Dean Barrow gave Anwar Barrow the Bolivar contract? Is that not corruption? No, but sit down, man. Hold on. No. What's the point of order?
Topic of corruption. As per the member from Fort George, who is the learned party whip, party chairman, house whip. So I would ask that you guide the Prime Minister in similar fashion. He's allowed to respond to the specific matters that I raised on the adjournment, not go all over the place.
No, but I'm not all over it. I am citing a specific. You brought different things, I'm specific thing, man. Gotcha. When Brother Dennis collect millions of dollars for cases where he lose, that are no corruption, and ex-wife Lois Barrow collect millions of dollars for cases and he lose, that's not corruption. When Gaspar Vega, he deserved land bigger than his village of Chad.
On a point of order,
corruption.
Mr. Speaker.
And may I remind you that Doug Singh,
when the speaker stand up, we are both to sit and hear what he has to say. He has to say something. I raise a point of order.
You just want me to sit down, man. What do you want me to do?
Members, let us try to wrap up, please. I mean, we are about...
I am going to wrap up. Mr. Speaker. Well, I just want to finish with that. Wasn't it Doug Singh that resigned from Social Security Board? He was forced to resign? Exactly. And then you want to come and talk about corruption? Corruption? You have no moral standing to speak about
Mr.
corruption.
Speaker, Doug Singh, I didn't say anything about Doug Singh.
What is the point of order? Come on.
He needs to focus on the response.
But that's what Doug Singh is with Social Security. You brought up Social Security. You don't want... Huh? Corruption? You shouldn't talk about anything, my brother. You should not talk. But more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, it's regrettable. It's regrettable. Oh, you gave up money? It is regrettable that the leader of the opposition continued to come to the House without making proper research, because he continues to embarrass himself. And when you embarrass yourself, nobody will take you serious, man. They don't take you serious. Here you have, out of five people of your representatives, only one show beside you, three of them missing. They don't want you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize member.
Oh, we recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to respond to query the member from Mesopotamian's comment about it does not matter. As far as I know, I am the only member on this end that's a minister that is also a relative. So I just want to know if you're insinuating any corruption, and if you are, you need to withdraw that, Mr. Leader of the Opposition.
What's the point of order?
There's a matter raised by the member from Mesop. There has been a response by the member from Orange Walk Central. The member from Dangriga can raise an issue of national importance as a backbencher, but I am not sure that he can now respond to the member from Mesop. I'm sure he can't respond. He can't respond. He cannot respond.
Member, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's just a natural thing that if you're called out, and yes, you didn't specify a name, But my
Is he raising on a point? Is he raising on a point of national importance? Because he cannot respond.
We cannot allow two members to be standing up at the
On a
same
point
time.
of order. On a point of order.
Please, member.
On a point of order. You have to recognize my point of order, and you have to ask me what the
Leader
point of
the
order is.
opposition, we have a member standing up. I have not given you the
When a
right.
member raises on a point of order, that member has to sit, and you have to hear the point of order and make a
I have
determination.
not given you the right of way.
You are not giving me the right of way to raise a point of order. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You have to respect my point of order. If you don't agree with my point of order, you make a determination and we proceed as such.
Leader of the opposition, are you
going to allow me to raise my point of order? Are you going to allow me to say my point of order?
Are you telling me?
Are you going to allow me to say my point of order?
Leader of the opposition, please sit down. Member for Dangriga, please continue.
On a point of order, I have raised a point of order, Mr. Speaker. You have to make a determination on my point of order.
No. What is your point of order?
Exactly. Do your job. My point of order is the member from Dangriga can only raise on a matter of national importance. He cannot respond to me. So then let him raise his national importance.
Member for Dangriga, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a matter of national importance, and it's unfortunate that we have to get in that kind of back and forth when we have some comments to make that seem to be touching some sensitive places, right? And we get these reactions. There is a national concern, Mr. Speaker, because we have a political system where we hope to have good discourse in the House, where we are speaking with each other with integrity. So that's my point of national importance. The country wants to see us speak to the truth and to do so in a manner that is respectful to each other. So I will use as an example on this matter the fact that there are insinuations being made that were, for example, in the recent point that the leader of the opposition just made, an insinuation, which is a good example of this kind of behavior that is unbecoming of a member of this House. And 38.5 points to that very clearly. We have been in groups working with Speaker Woods to talk about the integrity that we should be showing as members of this House. And so when you throw something out like that, just for political mileage, that ought to be condemned 100%. So not because it sounds nice and easy that you could try to make a connection in the minds of people that because there's a member on the other side that has the same name as this person, and then you call that corruption, that should be left alone. That should never be left alone. That should be condemned 100%. And that is what I'm standing up for right now, Mr. Speaker. We have the obligation to our voters, to the members of our constituencies who put us here. If we say that we want to lead, then we must show leadership qualities. That is what the Belizean people expect of us. And so it's my responsibility to stand up when I see these kinds of things, to say what I have to say. I had asked that the member from Mesopotamia withdraw his words, but that is up to his conscience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for facilitating this meeting today, mostly in good order. But I was not going to speak on the adjournment today, Mr. Speaker, but I feel very strongly about the implications you stated from your chair, Mr. Speaker, on the member from Queen Square. The last time this matter was raised in this House, Mr. Speaker, the substantive Speaker of the House, who is out today, indicated that the member from Queen Square was not in violation of the standing orders, that the provisions of the standing orders of the House of Representatives that governs her absences were being adhered to. Now, I know at the beginning of this parliamentary term, we set out as part of the good governance motion of this administration to institute a code of conduct for members. I sat on that committee. We also set out to update the standing orders of the House of Representatives. I sat on that working committee. There was also a working committee, Mr. Speaker, that set out to update the standing orders of the Senate. I did not sit on that committee, but I know it was a working committee to address some of the ambiguity, if you will, to strengthen the rules, if we needed to address some of the concerns that have been raised in this House. But it is improper, Mr. Speaker, that if indeed what the substantive Speaker has indicated, that the member of Queen Square is not in violation with the current standing orders of the House, that she be reprimanded in the manner you did today. I think that the way we conduct our business in this House, Mr. Speaker, is of I am not ashamed because, Mr. Speaker, do I have the floor, sir? Code of conduct. Code of conduct. Why it is absolutely necessary, Mr. Speaker, why it is absolutely necessary that we move post haste to update, to implement a code of conduct for this National Assembly and to update the standing orders for the House of Representatives and for the Senate for very practical reasons. I will give you a good example, Mr. Speaker, that has nothing to do with the member of Queen Square. We reconfigured the Public Accounts Committee to be the Joint Public Accounts Committee, but none of the rules in the standing orders has taken into account the new arrangement. So a quorum is still 3. When we have members from the social partners, when we should have members represented from the government side who very rarely show up to the meetings, and there are members from the opposition side. So there are practical considerations why we need to move post haste in updating the standing orders for both chambers, Mr. Speaker, and also for updating and putting in place a code of conduct for the members of the National Assembly. I will close with this, Mr. Speaker. The member from Orange Walk South, who was not only rude to me, but to women in this country, refused to offer an apology. And your rebuttal to that, Mr. Speaker, is that it is the matter before Speaker Woods. Well, the matter with the member from Queen Square is also before Speaker Woods. So I ask that we conduct our affairs in this House in accordance with the rules that govern us. And if the rules no longer apply or do no longer work, then we must change the rules to ensure that our representatives can apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Kayos.
I believe the member from Albert should be ashamed for trying to defend something that cannot be defended. How are you telling us that you are defending the fact that the honorable member from Queen Square refuses to come to the House of Representatives, the house, the sacred house of governance in Belize? And she stands there and pontifies.
Where are you going? You're waiting to apologize? All right, go ahead.
No,
Please leave. Please leave. You don't get up. You don't get up. Please leave. So I bring it up right now.
But, Mr. Speaker, the country is seeing how the member from Albert is acting. She's asking to be respected, but she does not give respect. She is defending something that cannot be defended. The reconfigured Public Accounts Committee has two things that we agreed on. One, that the social partners would be a part of the committee, and two, that all committee meetings should be held public. The chairman member from Albert has refused to have any of the meetings that we have had to be held public. The responsibility of the new chair of the Public Accounts Committee is to analyze the reports that come from 2012-13, and she has refused to analyze them. It has, the members from as social partners had to get to the point of writing her a letter to remind her of her duty. And yet she comes here and tries to defend the member from Queen Square. And all that you said was that it is wrong. It is dishonorable. It is disrespectful to be elected and to snub the people of Queen Square and to disrespect the nation and to disrespect this house and to disrespect the chair. Not you, Mr. Speaker, the chair that you represent. And yes, may I remind them that they are paid to come to this house? I know, because when I was taken out, they deducted my salary. I know that personally. When I did not come to the house, the then UDP administration took away my salary, even though I explained to them that I was doing work in Cayo South. It meant absolutely nothing to them. So if they could have taken away my salary, Mr. Speaker, why is the member from Queen Square receiving hers? But me not afraid for nobody. When they attack me, I stand here and I take it and I defend myself. But look at the other side. Let the cameras show there is not a single representative of the United Democratic Partner here presently today. I have no respect for them. That is why I believe they had less than 100 people walking the other day. That is why I believe they had our security forces putting up barricades, waiting for them today to be protesting, and not a single person showed up. Mr. Speaker, I applaud you for your bravery to be able to say what has to be said. I repeat it here every time, but I am only one of 31. You are the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and I applaud you for your bravery, and I applaud you once again. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the meeting of the House.
Honorable members, the question is that the House now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The noes are not.